Hey everybody. Hey Kevin. Hey Human Puppet. Hey Michał, I believe is how you pronounce the name. Well, I'm probably butchering it. All right, so we did not get this done. Um, today, today we got to do balance stuff. Adam is going to tackle balancing the game. Whoa! Who cares? It's been like 2 minutes into the stream. Well, that is very nice of you. Thank you very much. You've given quite a lot of money in the last like 2 weeks. But yeah, thank you. I hope your Friday's going well. Over in web dev land, I was going to tackle balancing for the game. Um, hmm, he's probably going to need to write some tooling to make it easier to see trends across adventurers and skills. Oh man, yeah, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be really tough. Hey Caleb, it was great. Okay, well, thank you. It was me as well. Oh, got you. Okay, well, I said hi to you twice then. I think I can type one of those characters. Let's see. No. Oh, yeah, I can. Ah. Whoops. Okay, I don't know how I just popped up a dictionary. I don't think I've done that before. Probably one of the right click menu things. What is going on with this? Yeah, so the very first thing I want to do is this. This is really simple. So let's go find this. Where is this? Oh, wait, it's right here. We are going to take this graphic. I'm waiting for this to load. Yeah, open in browser. Here it is. All right, and for now, I'm just going to throw this into... No, I'm not going to just throw it into something. Whoa, what is that? Okay. Windy, why'd you just end your stream? He's like, Adam is gone. I have nothing to stream for anymore. Well, hi, everybody. Hi, Windy. I kept Hef's messages in my stream of consciousness. You need to pump up that rate, Adam. I believe in you. You have potential for much higher rates of stupid messages. Well, hi, everybody. Hey, Core. Hey, Hef. Hey, Krasner. Stream all day just so I have a chance of interacting with you. Well, you've blessed me with your presence and your viewers' presences. Thank you, Windy. Oh, Hef. Thanks for the stupid message / resub. I'm the expert of stupid messages, no? I don't know, I might be taking that crown. You didn't see what I was typing in Windy's chat. A lot of just insensitive stuff about working in the Nintendo mines. Anyway, welcome in everybody. For those who haven't seen the game that I'm working on, or haven't seen it in a while perhaps, I shall show you. Working on Skeleseller, and I am prepping for... Oh, right, we have sound on. Let me turn this off. I'm prepping for the next launch. What's today? Today is the 8th. Yeah, so 2 weeks from today is when we're going to launch 0.4. Anyway, the game is about managing a town, sending adventurers into battle, and then selling the stuff that they get. We're getting some actual real UI in here, some cool custom icons. We've got the Enchanter's Den, where you can disenchant items. None of this is going to make sense since you don't know what the game's about, probably, but that's okay. And what else have we worked on? I don't know, customers wanting stuff. Yeah. Hey, Darkstorm. Mind spending 1 minute looking at the pic system in Discord? Not critical, but you may want to merge it for the user research session. Let me take a look. Making an attempt at setting the terrain to accommodate vault / enchanter / town hall. Thoughts? Let me see. So I'm a little confused. There's this space here. Does this show up before you've built the vault? Because one of the things, what I'd like to have eventually, and for checkpoint 4 we could do something different. What I'd like to have is that the whole map just looks like this. And then when you build something, it carves out like a specific area for that thing. So in this case, if we built with this platform here, we'd get rid of all the trees, the mushrooms, and the little plants and stuff. And that way, before you've built something, you can't tell that there are these plots of land. Yeah, I think that's how I'd prefer. For checkpoint 4, actually, let me think about this. User research. Where's the vault scene? I think I need to think about this a little bit more. I have a task written about this somewhere. Whoops. Let me take a look. What is it? Terrain. Yeah, this. Yeah, anyway, 389, I guess. Gotta run, have a great stream. Thank you, Wendy. I was just about to re-engage you, but now it is too late. I've lost my opportunity. It was nice to be in your stream, though. And if I can catch you more, I will try to catch you more. Have a good day. Have a good weekend. Hey, Goose. Yeah, anyway, this is the sort of long-term solution I thought of, which is like, okay, we replace the terrain. For checkpoint 4, I think it's a good thing to have the plots of land just be there, probably. Oh, I guess the problem is then we're going to need to reform. Anyway, we'll have to talk about it. Yeah. I will write myself a note Saturday. Get or respond to Discord messages. Okay. All right, so yeah, I wanted to add in this worker. We have the characters here. And yeah, we have worker. This is going to be, well, I guess it can still be named worker. And I guess we can just save the new one as main worker. Where do I put the new one? Did I not even download it? Huh, I must not have downloaded it. Okay. So this goes into here. Drop that there. Call this main worker. And then just search for worker.png. So worker.png is just going to be unused for now. And that's fine. Because this is like a 5-minute change. And then it's the import. Yeah, it's like a 5-minute change. And this will just make the character have clothes. We can iterate over all tiles on the building bounds and call the tile map to reconnect the terrain. The only problem would be clearing out the non-terrain stuff. Yeah, I don't think that problem is easily solvable, which is why I think what we should do is just have the scene that we're gonna. Where's this? Yeah, this. The scene we're gonna put into the town should just have the connections in it, and it's just making sure we can do this in a way that is usable. Yeah. Because like this, for example, imagine if we tried programmatically deleting like this tile. We need to know that, oh, this connects to it as well, and this connects to it, and this connects to it, and this connects to it. But not just that, but like then also this ledge over here, which is disconnected from this stuff. Oh, I guess it could follow the same general algorithm. Yeah, we could detect auto tiles of a different type, but we'd need a bunch of rules and stuff. I just don't think it's worth it. I think the easiest thing would just be put it all in the new scene. All right, what's the problem here? Oh, the problem is I didn't ever click Godot. There we go. Now it should work. It did not. Did I break this? Worker.png shouldn't be used for anything anymore. Oh. I did break something. I'm a little confused. I think this is potentially pointing at the wrong images. Shader editor. Yeah. Worker sprite. Animated sprite frames. What are these sprite frames? Atlas texture. Oh man. And what is that? It says main worker. Yeah, it says main worker. So why hasn't it loaded it correctly? Huh. I don't know. Brushing up on my C Sharp, create my own container to run a C Sharp console project. When you say container, you mean a Docker container? Adapt the environment so the town hall doesn't break the terrain. Yeah, that's the other way we could do this, but I think it's going to be tough if we have a large building because it's going to be obvious that, oh, well, maybe it won't be obvious. Yeah, I was going to say you might be able to see that there's like a clear rectangle here with where the trees are and where the terrain is and everything. But yeah, that is another way we could do it. And then all we need to do is kind of just merge in this thing. Yeah, I'll write that down. Note, Kevin suggested that we could just change the terrain so that we can drop a new rectangle on top of it without worrying about connectivity more than just the borders. Yeah. Docker container. Gotcha. Hey, Steven. I think the town hall area looks quite good and not too obvious other than the path I added. Oh, maybe. Maybe I was being stupid. Yeah. Let me take a look at this again. I was looking at the vault because that was there from the beginning. Oh, hang on. I broke something. Okay, so this versus this, and we got to scroll to the side. So here's where the town hall, I guess my face is blocking it. Here's where the town hall would go. And then here's what it looks like once it's been built. Yeah. Yeah, I think something like this could work. You know, the other thing too is, I guess if we did have little sections of like this, of raised terrain to indicate that, hey, this will get replaced by something, it might not be too bad. I think we should go even a step further eventually and put these little different kinds of grass inside here that'll get covered. But yeah, I think this is looking good. Yeah. And Alex, forgot YouTube had a name, and I was like, how do you know my name? I see. Yeah, the old me would have written down all these names and username combinations, and for no reason, by the way, which is why the new me is not doing that. All right, I still don't understand how this could be wrong here. This shouldn't even show as it does right now. And I'm not sure how it is showing this way. Because nothing should be using worker.png anymore. Yeah, nothing is. And even this points to main worker. Maybe I should launch it from Godot. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm excited to work on the balance stuff, even though it's very scary. Yeah, man, I don't understand this. Maybe something did not change correctly here. We added the main worker. I put in the right graphic, right? Yeah, I did. And then the worker scene. So the worker scene changed in some like weird way. Oh, wait a sec. Yeah, this isn't right. Yeah, this just says worker right now. Well, I'm nearly positive that said main worker. I'm gonna try that. We're gonna try loading this again. What is going on? Oh, there's no underscore. Oh, maybe that's how I was being stupid this whole time. Although it still doesn't look like it's doing anything. Hey, Monetic Bind. Okay, I'm quite perplexed. Yeah, this still just says worker. Maybe you can't change it like this. Maybe the scene itself is changing it. Let's try one more time. Oh, maybe it's the UID being different? Is this used somewhere else? Ah, that's the problem. The path doesn't matter at all. Oh my God. All right, well, I eventually figured it out. So what we need to do is take the UID from here and place that into here. There, and now it should work. Yeah, if the UID is bunk, it'll follow the path, but if it's not, then it uses the UID. So now we have the new skeleton sprite. I like it a lot. Now, this does mean that if you clone the skeleton, so if we click this, that you will get multiple skeletons with clothes. And I don't want the new ones to have clothes, but I don't really care about that yet. So that was it. That was supposed to be a quick change. Just want to check this in. And this is for $3.99. And I'm on main, right? Yeah. Use clothed skeleton sprite. This is for $3.99. This is just a temporary solution until we can have the cloned workers use the naked sprite. I mean, they're skeletons, so it's not weird. You hear me, chat? Not weird. Okay, cool. So that's all I want to do there. Next, did I already update the today command? Yes. All right. So user research session is this Sunday. It's very hard to say. And we need balance in content. And I think we're going to need a balance simulator. But there are actually two portions of the game that need to be balanced individually and also together. There is the town stuff and then there's the battle stuff. And the town stuff is like rate of item drops, values of items, customer speed / wants / like duration in town. The battle stuff is adventurer stats, enemy stats, adventurer skills, and bosses. Is there anything else? I guess costs of stuff. Yeah, anyway, these need to be balanced sort of individually. You can't entirely balance it individually because let's say you make it so the battles take like half a second, then you'd increase your rate of item drops by a crazy amount. And then that would throw off all your town stuff. But I think mostly you can just sort of assume, okay, we know the average duration of a battle. So let's use that to figure out how many items should drop. Anyway, what I was thinking of for a balance simulator is for the battle stuff. And at least my sort of like, I don't know, my first idea was we do what we did for Idle Ascendants and have it simulate like 100 battles at a time. And then report stats. But I think we need like a proper battle simulator. But even making this is going to be very difficult to do. Like, might take longer than a day. So I'd want some like proper UI. I don't want battles to actually render if that's possible. Or maybe just render 3 since we have 3 slots. Yeah. I think it's going to be tough. Because a lot of what's controlled here is the instance has a battle. And it's what controls the next stage. So we'd be making lots and lots of instances. These don't have references to the instances manager, do they? No. They have references to the town? Yeah. But this isn't the problem. Anyway, that was the idea. Another way that we could potentially do this is to use the stats, or I guess like create a headless battle system so that we have all the same rules. Wait, projectiles need position. Don't need to render anything. I'm not sure if that's going to be a problem. Not sure how projectiles would work, but we could make them instantaneous. Because the travel time of a projectile is not important right now. Whether it takes a half second or an entire second for a projectile to reach an enemy doesn't really matter. The point is that it's going to reach eventually and it's going to do damage. I guess the travel time only matters for like the killing projectile because that extra second might change your average DPS. Well, is there any other idea that we could do here? Analyze things from a purely numerical perspective? I don't think this is a good idea. I don't even really think this is possible. But this would be something like Fireball has, 14 DPS and Quick Strike has 12 DPS. But that doesn't mean anything. It's okay if abilities have different amounts of DPS because they're not just single abilities. They can be added anywhere. So I think what I'm leaning toward is this. And I guess we kind of need to make a headless battle system. Unless the rendering isn't going to be too bad. I kind of wonder what would happen if we just spawned 100 battles. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be doable. Or not easily, so we'll have to do some work on that. Anyway, what does this say? Individual simulators for the shop system and the battle system. Balance simulators take enchant into account, different skill builds into account. Smooth curve to unlockables. Are there dead periods? How does healing feel? Yeah. There should probably be proper UI for seeing results and changing party compositions, etc. Okay, well, how about this? Goal number 1 is just get like 10 battles to run at the same time. So if we were to try doing this right this second, we would get to the maximum number of battles. Yeah, here it is. Oh, this is hard-coded. Anything with a delay like a projectile, I guess you could always just apply after a set time. Is there any significant difference in projectile speed or how long it takes to hit different targets? Yeah, there's no major... Yeah, the only thing that projectile speed really matters for right now is just the duration of the battle. But other than that, it's not like... It's not a key issue, I guess. There are other games where projectiles track targets and being able to dodge them matters. Or maybe the enemy's running away from the projectile, so it takes extra long for them to hit. Like, that's not really the case in this game, so I don't think it should be a big deal. All right, so we passed in a bunch of adventures for create instance slot. And we have this here. Greater than or equal to 3. I wonder if we just got rid of this and try to see what happens. Let's see. I have a strong suspicion this will not work. But if it does just work, then all we have is one condition we need to change. Is there anything else here? I don't know. Let's try it out. All right, so send you there. Send you over there. Send you over there. The start battle button went away. I didn't think about that. We can't click any buttons to start a new battle. Oh well, that was fun. Start battle button. What makes you hide? Set is showing. F12 isn't working? Oh yeah, that's right. There was start instance. Make a journal of battles, have them run sequentially in real time, like overnight to report back. Yeah, I think if we had a very strong hypothesis and only 1 or 2 hypotheses, we could test it that way. But I think the things we're going to be trying are going to be things like, okay, just run, 7,000 random battles. Does anything stand out? And then something will stand out. We'll be like, okay, now we've nerfed it a little bit. Now run 7,000 more battles. Does anything stand out? So it's like we're going to need to keep iterating pretty quickly on this, I think. All right, here it is. We're just going to turn this off. Yeah. Man. Yeah, definitely gonna be lots of work for this stuff. The battle button is gone. I did that wrong. Oh, I'm doing great. What I'm thinking is I will customize one battle and just have like 100 copies of it run. So that way I can use the skill tree to update. Here's what I want. I want the rogue to have, level 2 of this and level 1 of this. And I want the mage to, whatever, have level 2 of that. And then I press start battle with the rogue and mage. And it uses those templates and just runs it a billion times. So let's kick this off. Can I make multiple battles beyond 3? Nice. Okay. Well, I guess technically nothing stops us from doing this then. We just need like 100 battles. Now, what if we did not show instance slots? What would that do for us? It's looking real polished now. Thanks. Thanks. Instance ready. So instance itself is the thing that we'd want to hide. Yeah. So we just set this to be invisible. Battles should still win or run. Sorry, not win necessarily. And then let's look at the DPS thing. Where is that? Where's the DPS? Average DPS. Here it is. All right, what I want to do is I want to see, can we just print this out? gd.print. Battle is done. DPS. Yeah. I don't want to print all the stats right now. I just want to see, is this working? If they're all invisible. Hey, Sir Poppin. Yeah, because we need to collect these stats somewhere. All right, so let's do create instance. As soon as it makes it to the portal, this should go away. Well, the background did. If I hit win, it should print out. Yeah, battle is done. DPS 5.6. Okay, so you can't just hide the instance. You need to hide the instance slot. Yeah. I think the slot itself even has the walking to portal thing. So I think this will work. This is a pretty minimal set of changes. And then the question is, can we run like 100 battles? Okay, so presumably an instance has been created. Oh wait, no. It's gotta, the rogue's gotta walk there. And then once it does, it'll disappear. Good. And then we wait some amount of time. Let's just speed this up. And then it should print out that a battle ended. Hey, nice. Okay. Good. So I now want a way to start like 5 battles at a time. How do we do that? We got to prevent creating a battle from failing if you are already using those adventurers. Where is that code? Here it is. On party reach portal invoke. All right, let's go find out what that is. It's probably just create instance. Yeah, start battle, create instance slot. Here it is. If the adventurers are in battle, then stop them from being in battle. So we don't want that. And now anything else? No, that's it. Okay. No rendering or UI update happens when things are hidden. I guess it shouldn't be too computationally bad to just run them all in parallel, right? That's what I'm hoping. I'm also hoping it doesn't break the projectile stuff, which granted, I just tested with a rogue. All right, now the final thing we've got to do here is instead of creating one instance, we want to create a whole bunch. I equals 0, I is less than, I'm going to just do 3 for right now. All right, the reason I'm picking 3 is because we can definitely see 3 on the screen. So if we see that they're all working correctly, then I guess we're good. Now we're going to try to put a mage into battle. Although, well, it doesn't matter because I made them visible. So I guess we just hit start battle. And then there's only one of these, so I don't know what happened here. Maybe when it walks to the portal, it'll make 3 of them. Nope, it broke. All right, set is in battle. Oh, drat. I see. So we can't even tell that they're in the battle. That might create some problems afterward. Yeah, so adventurer has some guard code around here to make sure you're not already in the battle. But I don't want to do that anymore. We could just get rid of this condition. Alternatively, we could make it so the battle system doesn't ever call this function. Hey, Hunter. Is we're using the instance ID okay? It shouldn't reuse the instance ID, but it probably would not be okay. On a sales pitch looking for feedback. Longtime Unity developer that's created a new type of real-time game engine that I'm trying to get reactions or feedback on. I would just love feedback to know if what we're building is worth continuing to push. Yeah, sorry. I will probably not have the time to look into this, but I do wish you luck. I think an important thing to answer at this point would be, what are we doing that other game engines aren't? And at this point, I think that's probably hard to answer because it could be like, well, it could be that it's open source, but there are a lot of open source engines out there. It could be capabilities, but it's going to be hard to beat Unity and Unreal. It could be, I don't know, some like specific platform or aesthetic. As because you're doing it in the for loop. Oh, I see. Oh no, this will be -1 coincidentally because I'm not going to hit repeat battle. But yeah, I guess that would be a problem. But I'll worry about that later. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, Hunter, I think I'd consider from this point of view, because otherwise I think a lot of people are going to be like, look, there's already an engine out there that does what I need. Like, why should I switch? Let's see. So this should hopefully work. It actually should allow us to delete one other bit of code that I had here, which is this. This checks if they're in battle, but now they're never set to being in battle. So I think this should be fine. I'm passing the same instance ID, the first param. Oh, my bad. Let me take a look at that. Oh, no, the instance ID is the forest. Like, we're just starting 3 forests, basically. That should be fine. So if I had start battle. All right, something still went wrong here, but I don't know what. Basically made a no-code version of Unity that one-click publishes all the different platforms. Yeah, it is a tough market. One of the things I think you should look into is, did people like Godot's visual script? Because I think they just deleted that. So I know Unreal has blueprints, and I assume that the reason why they're still supporting that is because, one, usage must be high enough, but two, usage is probably high enough because of how capable Unreal is as an engine. Maybe it wasn't as high with Godot because the alternative was like a Python-esque scripting language. And because Godot isn't so mature that people are like, oh my God, I get all this networking and multiplayer stuff and all this other things out of the box. Anyway, I think you'll hear this stuff from the feedback you eventually get. And like I said, I'm sorry that I can't provide that feedback. There is no real time to do this sort of thing. And I've got a bunch of other projects I would work on selfishly if I did have the time. All right, so started battle.invoke. What is this for? That shouldn't actually matter. This also should work. So let's just track this. Let's put a breakpoint here. Find out what's going wrong. So I hit start battle. This code does get hit. So the first one should work. We're just going to skip that one. The second one, I guess, doesn't, and I don't know why. Let's find out what's going on. Okay, so far so good. Totally fine, totally fine. Instant slot to use is, oh, it's 0. Oh, interesting. So we're starting 3 battles in the same slot. How is it 0? Oh, because they're walking to the portal? We probably need to cut that out too. I didn't think this would be 0. Yeah, it makes sense now. Okay, so I need to change this. I need to make it so that when you, oh man, how do I do this? Instead of this bit here, we need to start multiple instances. It's something in the start battle button. What is this doing? On clicked. Here it is. Player wants to start fresh battle. Instance to use, set selected. Player wants to start battle. This will only coincidentally work, right? It's called start battle. Otherwise, we call clear battle party and then show. And then this has a start button on it, doesn't it? Start button state, yeah. What happens when you call this? Start battle. Where does that go? On chose instance party, which is this, which is, yeah, this. Walk to portal to start battle. Okay. Okay. I see. All right, I have an idea. What if we just specified -1 for this? What would happen? We'd probably end up with one thing stuck in the portal state and then 3 new battles starting, I think. This is Godot. They support C# since when? I think they've supported C# for like forever, basically, right? Like at least 4 years, I think. I don't know how to find that quickly. Well, someone asked at least in 2022. So it's been at least a couple of years. But yeah, it's been for a while, I think. There are inherent constraints placed on a system when it has to fit with the way you have things set up. Yeah. Hey, guest. Hey, Campbell Soup. You can't export to web if you choose to use C#. I don't even think that's totally true. I think it's that you can't export on version 4, but I think version 3 actually works with it. And they are going to fix it. I started, they only supported C# and Windows Dev. Yeah. Okay, did I start this thing? So I think we're going to pop open 3 battle windows. Did it work? Nice, it did work. Okay, well, we don't ever cancel out of this one, which granted, I don't really care about, but for usability with this battle simulator, it'd be nice. So now the 3 battles should finish, but is it going to set one of these things to max health again? It might have, and it's really, really hard to tell if that just worked. Also, that's strange. It printed literally exactly the same DPS every time. No, I guess there's no variation in what the rogue does as damage, so it would be the same every single time. And they started at the same time. But maybe they all... I think we need to try that same thing, but with the mage, because the mage has variance. Mage. Okay. We're just going to wait for these battles to finish. Yeah, they're already doing different amounts of damage. Yeah, one finished and then the other 2 finished at the same time. Oh, it makes sense that the DPS would be the same because we're watching the battle start and stop at the same time. The only way it could start and stop at the same time is if it did the same amount of damage. Yeah. Hey, microservice. Tough space to get your foot in. On the other hand, once you do, you tend to have fairly loyal users. Yeah. Yeah. And I think the other thing to consider, which you don't need to necessarily share this, but like, what's your motivation for doing this? Is it because there's some engine that already doesn't meet needs out there? Is it that this is supposed to be a product that makes money? Is it just, I don't know. Yeah. And I think that motivation can help influence what kind of user research you do. Hey, Matt. Okay, cool. So I think this will work. I think we can start like 100 battles. And we need to make this facility and also cut out the portal thing. So let's write all this stuff down. Yeah, so need to make a proper balance simulator, which sets up all these, sets all the code I just changed. Need to stop having adventurers walk to the portal at all. Should be a flag set. Should be a flag. Should be a debug option. I don't know what I want to do for that yet. Is this stress testing? No, just balance testing, yeah. Because in the real game, you'll never have 100 battles running. You can't. So we don't need to know for sure that they'll work that way. Although we could try it anyway. I don't know if I already had this running with 100, did I? 1, 2, no, we only had 3. Yeah, so if I do have it run 100 battles, we could see, does it slow down? Is it struggling? This is not going to matter though, even if it slows down. Because like I said, we'll just never do this. Yeah, it is. Oh, that's a problem. All of the rogues have the same life. Oh man, that's not good. They all just got chunked down. Except for that one. I don't know what happened there. Wait, yeah, why was one of them left alive? Huh. Ever get excited about some of your projects sometimes? I get somewhat excited when I got something working and the final outcomes as expected. Yeah, definitely. And I'm still excited about Skeleseller even after this many months. We need to make money. A legit goal was always to try to make a better way to make games. It doesn't require least common denominator graphics. Require constantly reinventing same systems, boilerplate work over and over, gets rid of a lot of the stresses. You know, I think those are the same goals of all the other engines though too, other than the no code solution, which I think Unity has a thing that people use as an extension. And like I said, Godot used to have it and then just deleted it, and Unreal still has their blueprints. And there are a lot of other game engines too. Yeah, need to clone the adventurers. Yeah. Yeah. Can make it possible to do it in less than 10 minutes. It's way faster. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I see some potential hurdles eventually, but yeah, I guess that's where user feedback will come in. All right. So we need to split life values. Need to make it so that all adventurers don't share the same life value. And I need to make sure this isn't changing the frame rate or anything. Is there any RNG baked in the battles? Yeah. There is. At least for some characters. And oh, wait a sec. I wonder if we no. We're gonna use large enough trial sizes where it's not gonna matter. I was gonna say there's some RNG baked into the enemies themselves. They have a cooldown of somewhere between 2.5 to 3.5 seconds. So obviously that's a pretty big difference. If you get one that has a cooldown of 2.5 seconds, it's attacking 4 times every 10 seconds, whereas it's only attacking about 3 times every 10 seconds. So you might die if you get the faster one, and you might not die if you get the slower one. But that shouldn't matter, because if we do 100 trials, then should see a pretty good range across that 1 second difference. Maybe the Atlas can take his clone flag. Can also make it so those adventurers are not returned to town after finishing. Yeah, what I want to do right now is just get the entire set of code changes that need to be made, and then worry about how we'll hook into this later. It could be with a flag, and I think that's the least intrusive way. And then if you ever want to run balance simulations, then you just need to set that flag and start the game. Yeah, but I'll think about that in a little bit. Let's figure out the health component thing. That's in battle system. Create player battlers. We must take the exact health component that they have. Yeah, here it is. This is a direct reference to the adventurer's health component. It was easier to do this than to manage 2 separate components and keep them in sync without duplicating updates for level ups. Well, not anymore. Do we have a duplicate or a clone? We do have a clone. Wow. Well, I guess we're doing that then. So I guess bool is simulating balance equals true. Eventually this isn't going to be like this. Oh, nice. I knew what I wanted to do. Yeah, cool. All right, so that should fix that problem. Let's start maybe 3 battles. No, 5 battles? 10? Let's start 10 and see what happens. lay off the topic. Thanks for the time and feedback. Yeah, I do. Like I said, I do wish you luck. I'm not trying to be a naysayer or anything. I think what you're trying to do is going to be very, very difficult, but I I don't think it's impossible. Do you want to run another instance? No. Okay, so we click this, and we see, is this thing getting its life chunked down? No, not anymore. Now we don't have a way of seeing the other battles, but it doesn't really matter. And then this should print out. I want to see. All 10 battles finished. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is working. So now let's try starting 100 battles and having them hide the rendering. Yeah, let's see. So I'm going to start 100 battles once this character moves to the portal. And all we're going to see is, did the frame rate struggle? It looks like it's struggling a little bit. I'm seeing, well, those could be exceptions they're printing out. They're not. I wonder if it's because across 100 battles, we're creating text every single time someone hits. This is like obviously jittery. And there, just created 100 instances worth of items. Yep, finished 100 battles, same basic DPS. All right, well, I mean, I think we can use this. Can we also speed up the game, or is that going to cause some problems? Start battle. All right, well, it's very laggy now. We can just turn off rendering of everything. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. DPS is somehow way lower. Was it because the rogue didn't have any life? That couldn't be possible. Yeah, that's spooky. I wonder why that's happening. Maybe because of the frame rate difference, but why would that matter? Hey, Broken Crown. There are no projectiles in the rogue battle. You can profile. I thought I couldn't with VS Code and C#. I thought you needed something like Rider for that. Because I know with GDScript you can, but I thought that profiling with C# was different. Does it take the debug speed up into account? So let's say I were to just spawn one battle here. It should still show a DPS of roughly 7, even when I speed this up. And we know that 7 was the value we're looking for here. So I'll speed this up. We'll hit start battle. And it should print out 7. Yeah. So yeah, there's something going on where when it's lagging, there's a different calculation here. But everything should be based on how much time has passed. Time elapsed plus equal delta. Yeah, so this is based on how much is actually passed into process. Damage is, of course, also based on that. I wonder if it has to do with how cooldowns work. Does this use the delta? Yeah, it does. Update cooldown. Minus equal cooldown, not setting it to 0. Okay, I have an idea for what might be happening here. It's that this doesn't use the ability multiple times. And possibly what's happening is that we're at less than, let's just print out the cooldowns. Time elapsed, or yeah, time elapsed. This is gonna super lag the game. Can you start with the same seed? There should be no randomness in the rogue battle. They always win, and they should always win in the same amount of time. So I'm not concerned about that part of it. What I'm concerned about is this bit. No, this doesn't matter. At least not according to this. Wait, no, this does matter. This is the problem. Time elapsed is getting up to like 16. What? Yeah, I think this is the problem. Yep. All right, so how we would fix this is actually pretty easy. We use the ability for as many times as it's ready. Time elapsed is less than cooldown, return false. Is there an is ready thing? No, there isn't. Public bool is ready. Return time elapsed is greater than or equal to cooldown. But it's not exactly this way, man. There should be an update cooldown call, and then we should check is ready, and that should do this stuff. If check for a timer between 2 frames, the timer may have elapsed multiple times. Can you change to well? Yeah. That's pretty much what's going on here. Except for it's not a timer. Okay, so here's how we're going to change this. It turns true when the ability should be used. I think using an ability should just do this thing. Yeah. Return is ready. Yeah, this is not smart. Oh, but this is going to require us to call the base use every single time. Need to modify like 20 different classes in the game, but I think it's still a good idea. We could work our way around having to do that. Yeah, whatever's calling use could just handle this. What is calling this? Oh, it's the ability system, of course. Yeah. Okay, I have an idea. That doesn't require us to do any of this stuff, but it is kind of hacky. In fact, let's delete this. Here's the idea. Like I said, this is kind of stupid. We say float, or I guess double actual delta equals that. We pass in actual delta, and we make this a while. But after using it once, we set the actual delta to 0. This is hacky. But there, that should work. And now we should see times of about 7 seconds for each of these. All right, we're going to speed this up. We're going to hit start battle. It's going to lag like crazy. And, well, 6 seconds. Shouldn't that be 7? I wonder what would cause that. Huh. All right, let's slow the game down a little bit. Is it going to print out? I don't know what's happening right now. Did I? Oh, there it goes. Yeah, so there's still something slightly off. No, wait. Wait. Maybe this is just a property of having sped this up by... No, that shouldn't be the case. I was going to say, if everything's running at 8 times the speed, that means that delta goes in different increments. So you can't get the same granularity necessarily. I guess let's think, what if the delta was set to like 1,000,000? That means that the battle would think that 1,000,000 seconds have passed. But you'd still do the same amount of damage. So your DPS would look lower. And that's what's happening. Yeah, so I think that's what's going on here. Is that when you have higher numbers, you're going to slightly fudge the numbers a little bit. I think what this means is we just can't run in like 8 times speed. Yeah, I think that's all it means. What if we try it like this? Got a question way off topic? Yeah, sure. After the ability is ready, we're not subtracting the remaining delta from time elapsed to get removed. No, we're doing that correctly. What's happening is we had this as an if statement. So basically, we'd go through each ability, and at most, we would call use on it once. So let's say your game had like super lagged, and actually 1 entire minute had passed. We'd still go through this and be like, yep, we have 1 ability usage. And then we go through this next time and be like, okay, we still have like 58 seconds remaining, 1 ability usage. We go through the next time, okay, 56 seconds remaining, 1 ability usage. What we should have done is looped over this and like chunked through all the remaining extra accumulated time. Finding my proof of concept of docx template service. Give me a docx template with token to replace. Looked up people in legal stuff, use such tools. Should I invest my time in that, or is it just a waste of time? This is essentially, has someone done the market research already? And I can almost guarantee you that the answer in chat is going to be no to that question. So is it worth your time is something you need to figure out. Probably like talk to lawyers. Maybe ask, how much would you pay for this? What would you want it to do? How would you even find out about this software if it existed out there? These are really important questions if you're going to pursue something like this, for money at least. Because maybe they're like, oh my God, I'd pay $1 million and here's what I wanted to do. And you're like, wow, that takes me 10 minutes. So it sounds like it's really appealing, right? But then they're like, oh yeah, we never look into new software though. So you need to like specifically market to us somehow. And hey, for $1 million per lawyer, you'd be like, I'll just call up all the lawyers in the country, right? But more likely it's going to be, oh, we would pay whatever, $10 per month or something, and you'd have to find some way to reach them. Yeah. Okay, so I think we got the answers to this stuff. I think we also need to, so this is done. Need to close the instance slots when they're finished. Is there anything else that's causing this to take so much time? I'd love to profile this. Godot profile C#. I don't think you can do this. Ah, here it is. Profiler does not support C#. It can be profiled using Rider and JetBrains.trace. Okay, unfortunately, I can't use Rider without paying for it. And I don't think I want to do that right now. Again, I know that there's a free version. This is commercial use, so I can't use it for that reason. But it would really help. I guess we just ignore this for now. I should probably look into this after checkpoint 4 though. Because who cares if it lags right now? Like, even if I could fix it, it's not like it's taking, 20 times longer. It's taking slightly longer. And it's doing a bunch of stuff. I mean, running 100 battles is not a small feat for this thing. And even though I'm hiding all of the nodes, I'm still creating things like floating text. In fact, actually, if we just cut that out, what if I just had this thing return nothing? Or got rid of all the calls to it? Well, everything calls it, I guess. Yeah, everything calls it directly too. This returns a floating text, but most things don't care about it. What if I just said return null? Probably going to cause some issue somewhere where it doesn't expect it to be null. All right, let's search for this. There, this one. Is that the only one? That's the only one. What do we do here? Set color? What in the world? Why? There's a color right there. What? Why is this even here? Healing damage. Okay, I'm going to write a comment that I don't think we even need this, but this doesn't have to do with balance. Unrelated stuff. I don't know why set color is being called here. It doesn't seem like it should matter. Hey, yo. All right, well, we just cut that out and then run this. So this is going to remove all of the floating text, which if you're running 100 battles at 8 times speed, means you're running essentially like 800 battles at regular speed. Or, yeah, something like that. And that means you're going to create a lot of floating text. So does this make it better and not laggy? I don't know. Kind of felt like it was better. Yeah, actually, it definitely was. Neat. So then let's cut that out too. Maybe that's better from before you could pass colors. Yeah, it must have been. All right. So we have our set of stuff, don't we? I think we still have a million instance slots open though. Can we make them auto close? How would we do this? Well, I guess the instance slot has a close button, so let's just look at that. It doesn't? What, the instance has a close button? Where's the close button? I think it's on the end battle screen. Close button, there it is. Pressed equals close. Close is going to be on close, passing the slot ID. What actually uses this? The instance manager, close instance slot, and then passes the slot ID. Yeah, perfect. So when a battle is done, we want to get rid of the end battle screen. We also don't want to generate loot. Right? Yeah, I don't think we want to generate loot. Stop generating loot. On close. Close instance slot. Is there no like on battle ended? What if we just didn't show the end battle screen? Yeah, what if we didn't? What if we just call this instance.slot ID return? Done. Hey, Bitcoin. On a trial period for coding and responsible for our small warehouse, software my company uses has next to no automation and is done in Microsoft Access without an API to use. I made a robust framework for interacting with the system without requiring API to automate the system, and want to know how can I position myself in terms of incentive based on hours saved monthly for the company to my income. I think these things are always really tough because it's possible if you said there's next to no automation, it's possible no one necessarily sort of knows about this. Like one of the classic stories you hear is that IT people, it's like when things are going right, it seems like they're doing nothing. And then when things are going wrong, it seems like they're not doing their jobs, but like that's just IT. I think it's kind of the same thing with programming in a non-tech company. A lot of people just see it as like, what do you do? So I think if I were you, I'd try making the case to somebody who has control over that. But anything that comes off like, oh, hey, I'm saving you money, so I want some of that piece of money, I think is just sort of inherently risky. They might be like, well, too bad, or who asked you to do this, or is the value actually that high? There's some amount of trust you need to have with your management chain to even find out if that's going to be feasible. But maybe people in chat have more insight into that. Because even in tech companies, every once in a while, I found myself in the position where I'm like, I'm doing more than I should, and I think I deserve more money for it. And at one point, I mean, usually the answer is like, well, we'd love to pay you more money. We'll see if we can get the budget for it. And then usually it comes back and like, oh, sorry, someone higher up said, no, there is no budget. And at one point, I remember I had said like, okay, well, I'm leaving the company pretty much. It wasn't in that same conversation. And at that point, they're like, oh, we could do whatever it is you want. You want to stay? We'll carve out this or we'll whatever. Hey, TJ. People might even lose jobs because of it. I guess it depends on what's being done. If you're automating out other jobs that are there versus if you're just sort of no one was doing that work and you automated. But yeah, I guess that's another risk. Well, it's kind of slightly different at least. I don't know if I started this again, so I'm going to start this again. Take a break after we've figured out if this works. I don't know if there's even a way to figure out if this works. There isn't because I hit everything. So we need to unhide everything. Yeah. And all that should happen is this should delete all of the instances after they're done. They don't have the automation. My boss is very impressed with what the framework can do. I had a presentation discussing every function it can do and the potential. I mean, if your boss is happy and you think they'll go to bat for you, it would probably be better. But that's what I was saying. I think you need to essentially get people on your side and then convince them that, like, hey, I can continue to support this work and here's the kind of money I should make as a result. I guess maybe there's like, this is almost like a marketing question of how do you frame this to make it more palatable for them? And maybe something like, hey, if you were to hire a programmer to do this job, how much would you have paid them? Like, I'm asking for 40% of that. God, something along those lines. I don't know. Okay, so this should start up 100 instances. So now we have 100 of them. They're all running. They're not creating text, which is nice. They shouldn't probably even create the slash graphics or anything, but that's going to be harder to cut out. All right, and then it finishes, and it closed them all. Perfect. Wow, this is going great so far. Yeah, we have still a ton of work ahead of us, but yeah, it's going well. All right, I'm going to take a quick break so I'm not just sitting in a computer for a ton of hours today. I was also thinking of potentially going a little bit long today, so we'll see how long that goes. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey again, everybody. Close the game. Okay, so stop generating loot. Where do we do this? Generate generate loot. There it is. Excuse me. Hey, unknown. All right, this is inside the instance itself. So I guess we're just going to cut this out. That's done. Now that's done too. And then just stop having adventurers walk to the portal. I think there's a way to stop this using party in transit. Debug send all party members to the portal. Where is this used? Oh, this, I know what this is used for. Yeah, so as soon as we create this, I kind of want to call this. Can we do that? Let's find out. So as soon as we create a battle, it should just immediately start. Yeah, presumably that worked. Pretty much impossible to tell without waiting for the battle to finish. Did it? I don't know. Wait, what? Something happened. Something went wrong. Where is the start of this? Oh, generate loot isn't called anymore, so it's not setting which items were won from a battle. All right, well, we could change this in a slightly different way. Yeah, instead of generate drops, we just need this thing to be set to something. I guess just item IDs to grant equals an empty list. I should fix that. And the part proselytizing the teeth chattering sound effect. That's not in the game, no. Yeah, Wednesday's stream, it was like the lowest viewership ever. I don't blame people. I wouldn't have watched that stream either. But we ended up getting the sound effects. I have them all in my downloads folder now. I haven't added any to the game though. Justify adding that for the purposes of balancing the game. I don't want to know how much time that's going to take you because that sounds like a very difficult case to make. All right, stop having them walk to the portal. The only way to figure this out is to not call hide over here. But what happens when they make it there? We should replace, oh, I know what's going on. We don't do anything with the current slot. We need to hide that one too. I want everything to fully clean itself up. Okay, that worked. I'm glad. Now, how do we get this thing to stop walking to the portal? Could we just not make them walk to the portal? That would be better. Party in transit. The instance slot would typically make this. Yeah, here it is. And where do you get called? Right there. Yeah, so what if we just cut this whole thing out and just call this? Yeah, that should work, right? So now the whole party in transit thing, we can get rid of this. Being scared of the pet snake. It's just a skeleton going, whoa. Let's get a live actor to do that. Dress up as a skeleton. All right, this is almost working. I don't know why it's creating this thing still. Why is it making that? We invoke this on party reached portal, calls into the town, calls into this, starts battle. Start battle gets invoked. We call create instance. Create instance creates the instance slot, which should not. Something's still wrong. This init, maybe? Yeah, this is if the instance is null. All right, I guess we got to get rid of this. Ugh. What creates this? God. Instantiate. Oh, wait. This won't be null. What am I talking about? So we could just do this. Something's still wrong. All right, well, let's go look at... Let's just look at this. Just put a breakpoint there. All right, yeah, what is calling this? Create walking to instance. Walk to portal to start battle. I see. Yeah, I guess the part I don't understand is what was I trying to bypass here? Player wants to start fresh battle. Is that the only problem? It can't be the only problem. No, it's somewhere further down. Well, let me try something. Hey, Lammy. Yep, no, it's not the only problem. Well, we'll figure it out. We don't want to do this. Oh, I see. This passes in null here. Okay, got it. All right, so instance slot dot init. We need to instantiate this. So create walking to instance shouldn't be called. It should be called create instance. Slot equals create instance. Walk to portal shouldn't even be called though. This is the town. Oh my god. This didn't even return an instance slot. Give me a sec. I'm still trying to figure this out. This is that it's null. We do set it to this. But create instance is what should be called, I think. Instance ID, adventure, player ability, number slot to use. Yeah. Instance ID, adventurers, player abilities, and instance slot to use. And then we just delete this stuff. And then we immediately consider them to have reached the portal. That part seems wrong. There shouldn't even be a portal. Yeah, I don't know if we need that. I don't know what that does, though. Start battle, create instance. All right. I'm starting to put all of this together. Yeah. You drop items in the water? No. You can't actually drop them in arbitrary places, not even on the ground. Yeah, so I don't think we need this anymore. So let's just create instance, but this is where we now need the 100 calls to create instance. If I'm not mistaken. God, this is weird. All right, let's try it. All right, so I click the button. We start 100 battles. Yeah. And they should all just work. It didn't print out the stats as we never create the end battle screen. Yeah, here. The end battle screen is what's responsible for this. But we have the battle stats. So I guess we can just do that from this. DPS. Yeah, battle is done. Battle stats.dps. This is just passed in directly, is it not? Please tell me it is. Set up battle stats. Yeah, it's just passed in. Well, well, well. It's not battle stats. So print out DPS. I'm hoping this works. It's well, well, well that you're looking for. Yeah, there you go, Kevin. All right, so increase the game speed. And how we looking here? Should print out a bunch of stats. It did, perfect. Yeah, nice. So this is done. This is done. And that we can't do it right now. Hey, Sinistella. Welcome to the waking world. Okay, so now for the difficult thing of how do we reconcile all of these changes? Well, this one needs to just be kept as is. In fact, we can check that in on its own. But yeah, these other ones, like don't set that you're in battle. Let's just look at this in isolation. So here are some of the ideas that I had. One is we just have a flag, like how we do with this. Where'd that code go? Here it is. Yeah, so we could just do something like if has balance sim, then do a certain thing. So that's one way. Or I guess if it doesn't have that. Another way is to, I mean, there needs to be a condition here. But if we want to get rid of the condition altogether, we could make a, battle system, a simulated battle system that would override some function to just not do this. I don't think that's a good idea because I think that's overkill. We have like 6 or 7 different files where I want to inject some if statements. So I think just injecting the if statements makes the most sense. Yeah. So option number 1 is inject some if statements around the code that has to change. And option number 2 is to make other classes for each thing that has to change with a shared interface or root class. So option 1A is use a flag. 1B is just use a static property somewhere. Pretty much the same as a flag. And 1C would be use the debug menu. Battle system gets a parameter that trickles down to the other stuff. The town passes that parameter based on a flag or forcefully using a debug button. Well, I guess before we get to any of this stuff, we need to figure out what's the scenario here. Like, when do we decide to use the battle simulator? And it's probably a mindful decision that we're okay rebuilding to enable. Like, would we just turn this on? Yeah, I don't think this needs to be in the debug menu. Because I was thinking there's toggle invincibility. We could have like a toggle battle simulator, but why? The whole reason we simulate battles is to figure out the stats from them. And the whole reason we get the stats is because we think we might need to change something. So we're probably iterating on it. So we're probably rebuilding. So might as well rebuild with a balance simulator. Yeah. Yeah, I think I want to use this. I don't even know how you customize this though. Godot set custom flags. Get property list. Is there just an official Godot guide on this? Huh. Godot flags. Maybe they're not called flags. Feature tags. That's what I want. Battle tweaker in game where you can change ability stuff for simulation only. What I was thinking is if we wanted to do that, we'd probably have some like JSON file that contained everything. So it'd be like abilities, colon, and then whatever, fireball. And it would have it'd have something like damage 10, burn damage 5, burn duration, 2. And then we surface a way of editing this in the game so you could change all the stuff on the fly. This is a very big feature that we would need to do. And the main reason to do it is we could make all the changes without reloading. But we have to go modify every single ability in the game because right now they're all constants. It wouldn't be very hard to do, I think. It'd be a lot of work. I don't think we're going to do that today. Yeah, I think we're just going to do this. So feature tags, can we make custom ones? Custom features. It's possible to add custom features to a build. Use the relevant field in the export preset to generate it. Custom feature tags are only used when running the exported project. They're not used when running from the editor. I guess we just have a constant somewhere then. Yeah. All right. Never mind. We're going to this. So there's just going to be some like const bool use balance simulator. Yeah. Which I guess at that point, couldn't it just be a pound define somewhere? Maybe it's better to make a C# define, but then GD script couldn't use it. I think just using a const bool. Maybe the JSON, we just had to reload the file when starting a new simulation. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's just a bit overkill for now. By the way, even if we were done with all this work, I'm not even sure what we would tackle first. Like, presumably, we would try out some parties in the game. I don't know. We're going to have to figure that out. We have to calculate win rate and stats and everything. Yeah, that's going to be the next step after this. Need to calculate all of the stats. Hey, Clerpy. What's that clicking sound? Huh. So win rate, remaining life, DPS, maybe individual skill damage. Is that easy enough to do? Would this even help? No, maybe skill usage, not damage. Maybe character DPS. I don't know. Yeah, all right, let's do this. So we'll make a game constants or something, or make a balance simulator is enabled. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Game assets, not there. Source. So battles, we'll make a battle simulator class. Sounds good. Battle simulator. Public class battle simulator. And then we want a public static const bool is simulating. And then pretty much any of the code that I did should take that into account now. This should just be checked in. Yeah, this is fix bug in ability system. It used to be that abilities could only be used once per frame. This generally is never a problem, but when you speed up the game, it's possible that you need to use them more than once per frame, especially if there's lag. Yeah. Oh, but this is the hacky part that I had done here. Maybe we call this like cooldown to subtract or time passed. Since you're resetting the delta to 0, you only use them once, right? No, it's using them multiple times. It's just a bit confusingly written. The confusing part here is the update cooldown is taking in an amount to update it by. So we're setting it to 0 because once per frame you want to actually affect the cooldown. However, if the cooldown is already ready, then that's why we have a while loop here. So it's possible that you affect the cooldown. Sorry, it's possible that you don't even need to affect the cooldown. It's probably just easier to write this with numbers. Imagine Fireball. It shoots once every 2 seconds, let's say. And now you advance time such that 10 seconds have passed. So the first time what we're going to do is we're going to say like cooldown minus equal 10. And we're going to get a time of negative 10. And then we're going to say, oh, that's 5 fireballs. So the way that's going to work is we're going to call update cooldown again with 0. We're going to do this 4 times. That's probably still not super clear, but I think the reason why is that this is not how this should be written if we wanted this to be clearer. You had set color on it first, and you added the color to the constructor. We never moved set color. Yeah. Yeah, I think we need to delete set color completely. Delete set color altogether. Let's reload the window here. So how do I want to do this? Add time elapsed. And then is ready to use. I think that's slightly better. The proper way of doing this is that update cooldown shouldn't act like it used the ability. We know that it's all tied to this, but the proper way of doing it is that using the ability should update the cooldown. Or like there should be a used ability or something like that. And that way we can update the cooldown once, and then if the ability is ready. All right, I'm going to do that. I think it's slightly better. Public bool is ready. There's that. So now in the ability system, we call update cooldown. We just need to do this once. We don't need a variable for it because we're not going to update this. So we update the cooldown, then we check to see if ability is ready. We don't need this bit. And then we need to do ability dot used ability. It's kind of weird what happened there. There we go. Public void use ability. And that's where we're going to do this. And update cooldown doesn't even need this thing now. There. Is that slightly clearer? So we update the cooldown once, and while it's ready to be used, use it and then say that we used it. And the only reason this function exists, and I can write that here, this function shouldn't really be separate from use. That was the wrong thing. But I don't want each. Well, there's a way to still do this such that we don't have a problem here. We could just make a usability and update cooldown. And then this becomes private or protected, I mean. Yeah, fine. That way we don't have to write some weird comment here. we make this, well, I guess we still need to update every single class, right? Because there's going to be a public override void use in like 40 different locations. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to modify each of these and put some like base dot use. This would allow us to have the base class modify the remaining cooldown, but it means modifying, like I said, like 40 files. This is just a way of not modifying 40 files. Usability calls use, so the abilities only implement use. Yeah, that's possible, but then use should be protected, and that's still going to require a million changes, which maybe we just should do. I don't know. It's not such a bad idea. Although if we're going to modify the 40 files, it's either to change this to be protected or we just change the abilities to call into the base method. The last 10% is really 90%. It definitely is. It definitely is. I don't really like any of the options, but I guess just having a... I don't really like any of the options. Bite the bullet now. Yeah, I suppose we'll just make this protected. At least that way, new functions don't need to do anything about this. Before we do that, let's make sure this isn't used anywhere else in the entire game. It shouldn't be. Although it's really hard to see. Active. Yep. And... oh, it is used in other locations. Maybe that won't be possible then. Yeah, it won't be that way. Oh, but this is interesting. Okay. This changes things. Yeah. When another ability uses an ability, we don't want to reset its cooldown. There are two instances of that. What are those instances? There's Holy Light and there's one other one. Zombie Legion? Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, now we have it. I just need to write, this is separate. I already had it typed from use, because you may want to use an ability without resetting its cooldown. It's not even resetting its cooldown. Oh my God, this is like the hardest thing to write. All we're doing is subtracting the cooldown. Yeah, so this can't be called used ability. So this is update cooldown. I mean, I guess this is also update cooldown. And the cooldown is already public. And the only thing that we're going to call this is the ability system. So I guess just delete this whole thing. Yeah, wow, easy. All right. So we wanted this to subtract, right? Yes, subtract the cooldown. Negative ability dot cooldown. There. I like it. We need to check this in too. But I like it. Yeah, I think this is the cleanest possible way we could have done this. Great. Great. Let's try it out. Constant cannot be marked static. That's fine. Battle simulator is a static holder. Sure. Constant cannot be... oh, yep. It's already done. All right, so we're going to do the same thing we already did. Speed this up to 8. Click start battle. It'll run a whole bunch of battles. And we got a proper DPS amount. Nice. It's like the 80-20 rule. It's like the 90-90 rule. You complete the first 90% of a game, then you complete the next 90% of the game. I think that's true for releasing almost any project, though. I don't think it's just games. I think release just has so many things associated with it. And it's never fun. Even when you finally are about to click whatever it takes to launch your product, Even that's not necessarily fun because you're usually scared about like what's going to happen. Will this be received well? At least that's been my situation. Used to be the ability to only use once per frame. This generally is never a problem. Be the game is possible. Yeah, cool. All right. It's push to prod and then bite your fingernails down to nothing. All right, so here's where we start to go modify these things. We put an if balance simulator. Why is it not completing anything? And why is it making things up? It's not called balance simulator. It's battle simulator. I guess that's a better name for it anyway. I didn't even intentionally do that. Because we might have an economy simulator. Is simulating. All right, so if it's simulating, just set this to nothing. Else if this stuff. Oh, that's gonna suck. Seriously? Oh man. How do we stop that? I don't know how we stop that. Can we just not make this const? Cannot declare as public static pool. Non-constant fields shall be visible. Well, at least then it's contained to here. I guess we can just suppress this. Explicitly initialize. Actually, even that I want to suppress. Whoops, no, not that. Field should be private. What? How do I suppress the issue? Is trying to, yeah, there. This one shouldn't matter, right? No, I guess it should. Can you make it a method? Yeah, I could. I wonder if it's just better to make it like a pound defined somewhere. Because we don't have to have this work with GD script. There's a 50-50 chance of something going right. There's a 90% chance it'll go wrong. Never heard that before. Yeah, it's probably better to make it a method at this point. Not have all this. I don't know. I guess it doesn't make a difference. Who cares if there's an extra 6 lines here because of pragmas? Yeah, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Okay. And I'll just write a comment for this. This should be const. But by doing so, it causes a bunch of warnings in any users of the Boolean. So it's just not const. Sure. All right, so now we go modify all these things. This should be pretty quick, I think. Yeah. Balance or battle simulator is simulating. Clone it. Sounds good. Copy this to everything else. Uh-oh. What? What did I check in? Oh God. What did I check in? Oh, I checked in the actual Delta stuff. I must not have clicked the plus button. All right, well, let's amend this. There we go. I have this type of question. I'm just stuck between having fun and having a nice guaranteed income. So stuck that I'm commenting this type of question. I just don't know why I don't have confidence to push what I want. Any feedback would be great. Much respect to you. Okay, so something I think is just sort of a fact of life is you need some amount of money. And it doesn't necessarily mean income, but like savings or income. So this could be a very real concern, right? It's not just like, do I trust myself enough? It's can I, whatever it is you're talking about, stop working, or can I go pursue my own thing? So without knowing your financial situation, I think there are a couple things you could potentially do. One is prove your project before pursuing it for real. This is a lot of work because typically it means having 2 jobs. 2 is to make the jump, but time it. So quit your job, work full time on your own thing for X months. 3 is get funding. And what else do you have as options? Yeah, anyway, so maybe you're already considering this and you're like, I just don't have the confidence of doing that. I think there are 2 ways to look at that. One is just do it anyway, and it's probably gonna be fun. You're probably gonna learn a lot, and you'll probably burn through some money. And 2 is to gain that confidence, and the gaining the confidence is probably this route of like just work on your own thing, and once it's got some customers or once it's making sales, then maybe do something about it. By the way, you see this happen quite a lot with social media. So let's say you start a YouTube account. Like most people aren't like, hey, I got 2 subscribers, I'm gonna go quit my job and become a full-time YouTuber. Usually they just make some videos on the side and they build it up, and maybe when they've got like 100,000 subscribers or something, then they quit their job. But yeah, this is very hard to do to get to that level if you're just doing this part-time, which is why you don't see it happen very often. Anyway, does that sort of address what you're talking about? Because yeah, I think this can certainly be tough. I quit my job at 2 points for Twitch streaming, I guess. In 2015, I wanted to work on Botland. In 2020, I wanted to work on, well, actually just streaming, I guess. I didn't even have a game in mind at that point. And both times, they're a little bit spooky and for different reasons. I think in any of these cases, you're exercising your own agency, and I think that's just scary. If you're off the beaten path at all, then you don't have the validation from other people doing the same sorts of things, unless maybe you live in a city where that's the culture. Like if you live in San Francisco, you probably know tons of people who have their own startups or something. But if you live in the Midwest, you probably don't know a bunch of people who have their own startups. Okay, so what do we got here? This is for floating text. We just want to turn off the floating text. All right, let's take a look at that. I don't know any people at all. I just know the hamburger salesman. This could break things. That's the problem we have here. Like the call to, yeah, could just break things. If battle simulator is simulating, just return null. You should probably put comments on all of these things. Is this problematic? Possible null reference return. Ah, I see. We'd have to make this be a question mark and then handle all of those cases. Yeah. Did you make new software when you worked at Google or maintain current software? So I worked on GCP and Android Studio. The GCP stuff was new software. Android Studio already existed. So with any software, even if it already exists, you're still working on new features usually. But yeah, it wasn't a new product or anything. Maybe make one instance and always return that one. Well, the thing is, none of these even care what gets returned from this. And we could just change this to be a builder pattern anyway, and just ignore all of that stuff. Like, I could just change this to be void and we wouldn't have a problem at all. I'll just have this return immediately. And I guess we could do that. Void, create floating text, just return. There is one user of this thing, and it is the battle system here. We would delete this and delete this. And I'm just going to write a note to make sure healing text is still green. If it's not, it's because I deleted set color. Loading text. Is there any other function here? No, there isn't. We don't need this. We hopefully don't need this. Well, I guess What is this? What is this? Oh, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. This can just be private. Any other colors of this? Nope. And in fact, if all we're going to do is label.modulate, we might as well just write that up here. No need for another function. It doesn't work that way. There. Okay. All right, we are making progress through this. So this is going to be the same thing. If we're not simulating, then set that you're in battle. Cool. Cool. Looks good, looks good. Looks good. Cool. I think this needs to be imported. Yeah. Did that work? Yeah, there we go. Instances manager, what do we do here? So if there are more than 3 slots and you're not simulating a battle, then what's this stuff down here for? This is, yeah, if battle simulator dot is simulating. Oh, you know what else would be nice? Is probably an ability to customize how many trials we run. Started programming a year ago, currently learning C++, then want to learn computer science curriculum to learn data structures and algorithms, system design. I started with web dev because it's trendy, pivoted to game dev because it's what I truly enjoy. While I learn, I work in customer service and kind of have this kind of plan to learn computer science to a certain level where I can start working in big tech so I can save some nice money and pursue my dream of creating puzzles. I'm 21, by the way. Yeah, I think your general route here, which is like learn programming and then eventually pursue a career in programming, this is tried and true. So I definitely think that this can work. Yeah, but then I guess I don't understand exactly the first thing. You said I'm stuck between having fun and having a nice guaranteed income. Like you have the income right now. Your next step would also have an income. So is there are you looking to like go to college, let's say, for computer science? Because you can learn computer science without going to school. I don't know if that's part of the question here. Okay, what's the problem with this? Remove the redundant jump. Is it redundant? Wasn't originally. The thing is that I think I'm not good enough. That's why. Oh. I think I see what you're saying, but I don't. Okay. I guess I kind of look at this as being in 2 parts. One is if you interview with a company and they say you're hired, then your confidence doesn't matter too much at that point. I know I'm kind of trivializing this a little bit. And the other is if you don't feel confident enough that you never interview. So if you're in this scenario, or even farther back than this, maybe you don't feel confident enough, so you don't even study or improve your skills. If you're in one of these cases, yeah, that's definitely a problem. But I was gonna say if you're like, I don't know what company would hire me, and then you get hired anyway, then it's like, well, it didn't really matter what you thought, you got hired. I don't have a human being near me who I can talk to programming. I'm just solo. Well, I mean, you're talking to someone online about it right now. I think that's what's nice about the internet, right? You can find some like Discord community of people who program or a subreddit or something like that and just talk to people through there. Even other sites like just a sort of a body doubling website, although there you're probably not going to meet a lot of programmers, but you'd at least have other people around you while you're learning. But yeah, I would say maybe consider a route like this. Maybe find there are lots of subreddits for programming and for tech and for specific languages and probably for learning computer science. Hey, Frankie. But yeah, I think one other way of looking at this is, at least in terms of confidence, is if learning is fun, then don't worry about your skills just yet. Like, you're still in the early stages. So just focus on learning and having fun. And then eventually you'll get to the point where you're like, okay, do I know enough? I've made a couple of projects. Do I want to try to find a job? What kind of job do I want to find? And then maybe start targeting your learning toward that stuff. Maybe you're doing things like interview prep, or maybe you're coming up with portfolio projects. This still thinks it's redundant. I don't know why though. But I also don't like how tabbed in this stuff is. And this would be needed. I see. So we return from here. All right. Yeah, this is a little bit weird. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. This shouldn't be here at all. This also shouldn't be here. This is all the battle simulator stuff though. So this is like if battle simulator dot is simulating. Then we're gonna close the instance slot and we're gonna do something with the stats. Do something with stats. Or like battle ended result instance, yeah. And then return. Oh, whoops, that's supposed to be in the battle simulator. We need to make that function. This is not a good idea. All right. Battle ended in the battle simulator. Nothing is being done about this yet. Continue my journey. Yeah, good luck, David. Like I said, it is tried and true. And I say this a lot for the people who've been here and heard me say this a bunch, but I've worked alongside people who had CS degrees, who had English degrees, who had electrical engineering, who had no degree. And if you didn't know what their degree was, you probably wouldn't be able to just assume that it's any given thing. As in, the people who had an English degree didn't do worse or better than the people who had electrical engineering degrees. It's like you can just learn computer science on your own if you want. I will also say this, I'm pretty sure Harvard has some CS lectures free. Yeah, I think. Why is it a there's an asterisk next to free. I don't know what that means. But anyway, there are some free lectures from MIT for sure, and I think Harvard has them as well. Audit for free at a verified certificate for $219. Yeah, okay. Apparently you can audit this for free. So that's kind of the best of both worlds. It's like you're learning on your own. Well, you're learning outside of a college, but from a reputable college. And I don't know if you get access to other students or something through that, like you do group projects or something. Maybe that's not the case, but that doesn't matter. They usually give you all the coursework for free, but you need to pay. Yeah. 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 So it's like the resources are there. And I recognize it can still be tough. It's like if you wanted to learn how to juggle, the resources are there. But do you want to just go learn on your own? And for some people, that's a no. And then, yeah, you need to go enroll in a class or find someone else to help you with it. But for other people, it's a yes, and then you can just go do it. Okay, so far this is all looking good. This is fine too. This is a little weird that these things are yellow. I think that's just a mistake for now, though. And then I don't think this is needed. Set is showing true. We can probably revert this as well. Now, what is this? Is this needed? We cut this out, but I don't know why. And then we don't need this. Okay, cool. Hang on one second. Okay. It's also self-learning path on GitHub. For example, this one. Yeah. Yeah. Learning from roadmap.sh. Oh, interesting. They have game dev on here. Ah, there it is. So if I click this, what does it say? Roadmap to becoming a game dev in 2024. Are these all individual courses themselves? You know, I I'm torn on something like this because I think if you're a completionist, you might go through all of this stuff and then be like, this is super boring. Because it's like, okay, game mathematics, this is worth learning, but you don't really need any of it to get started with game dev. I think a lot of people can just go straight to, okay, just click this and go learn Godot, and they're game devs in a year. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm leaning more toward not liking that. Only because as a beginner, you don't know what's actually important of those things. So someone just laid out a syllabus essentially it's going to take you like 3 years to go through. And if you don't realize the connection or why they suggested it. Anyway, hey, Shoe Strikers. Never programmed in my life. Recently started programming JavaScript. For me, it's early stage of learning HTML and CSS. Point of learning positioning containers and stuff. It's fun so far, but I have a concern. I feel like I'm pushing a lot of hours into learning. My teacher said that I can burn out, but I just can't leave things not understood and make a pause. I programmed today from 9 a.m. to 20 p.m. 20 p.m. I'm sorry. I know I'm focusing on the wrong thing. But I guess, yeah, you mean like 11 hours? Anyway, I think burnout is very personal. Some people can work for 12 hours a day and not burn out, and others work for 5 and burn out. So what I would say is learn what your symptoms of burnout are. So for example, if I were like, oh, hey, you've got as much time in the world as you want to go do whatever you want to do. There's a bunch of people who'd probably play video games for like 12 hours per day or watch Netflix or something. And they're probably not going to burn out doing that because they enjoy it. And I think it's the same thing here. It's like you're probably, you just said you're having fun. You're learning. I'd just be careful. That's all. And maybe you don't know what burnout looks like for yourself. So for me, I've worked for long enough where I know when I'm burning out, like my productivity drops, my motivation drops. I don't find the same joy that I found in whatever that activity is. So I have enough of those symptoms now where if I start seeing that happen, I'm like, okay, time to slow down. But yeah, if you don't have that idea, then I would say you need to build that gauge. And for a lot of people, when you're just starting something, it's like, yeah, you want to pour a bunch of time in. Yeah. All right, so the balance simulator's turned off. So I click start battle. It should just go into a battle, right? Yeah. Doesn't do anything special. We still see floating text. And if I flee the battle, we should see that, yeah, everything looks good. Now we go into the battle simulator and set this to true. And now none of that stuff should be the case. We should hit start battle and it should start 100 battles. We shouldn't see any of the windows. Oh, I guess that's actually kind of important. We need to know how many battles we started and see some update on that. Need some sort of progress bar for how far along the battles are. since the windows are hidden. Or maybe just don't hide one of the windows. I don't know. I think I started programming because of you. I found your Twitch and the thought grew on me. That's really good. Yeah. And I'm glad you're liking it too. Like I said, I think it's a good thing to get into. And by the way, there's some like, let's say 11 hours a day is leading to some burnout for you. Probably all you need to do is just cut back. And I don't know, 6 hours a day is no burnout, maybe. So it's not like it's program or don't program. It's just be a little bit careful about what you're doing. Have some balance. Do not initialize unnecessarily. That's only because it's originally set to false. Yeah. All right, so now I click start battle. It starts 100 battles. We have no way of knowing that. It's actually not even that laggy. Did it work? After 7 seconds, we should have seen a bunch of stuff print out. Oh, we don't. Oh, no. We should see this print out. Did I start it in a different way? No. Oh, this is the terminal. That's why. It's not the console. Yeah, cool. All right, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. So there's our very basic balance simulator. And now we need to do all the stuff that a balance simulator does. So I need to work on 50% capacity time-wise. No. Again, just to kind of, my conclusion is just pay attention to your like body and brain. That's all. Are you enjoying it? Are other things suffering? Are you burning out? Sort of the high level question. Are you enjoying it? Are other things suffering? Are you productive? Are you happy? These are the kinds of questions I would ask. And if the answers are all good for these, then I don't think you're burning out. But yeah, like I said, it's personal and it's sort of hard to tell. And maybe you don't know until a long enough time passes. And if answers are good, then you're fine. If answers are bad, then tone it down. What's your go-to breakfast food? Mine's scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I missed that message, so sorry. I have a meal replacement shake for breakfast, whose brand I am not sharing because they're not paying me money. But if I were to like make my own breakfast, it would probably be like eggs and hash browns and toast. But I would just never do this because I don't like putting in the effort. So maybe like oatmeal or something, I don't know. There was a time when I was trying to have as much protein as possible during the day. And it was like, I don't know, like 4 eggs and oatmeal and berries for breakfast. And then a whole bunch of snacks and stuff throughout the day. So yeah, every morning I'd wake up and make myself eggs and oatmeal and then eat way too much food. I kind of want to try it again just to see what the impact would be. All right, that, yeah. Okay, let's review this one more time and then check it in. I am torn. I don't like having this all over the place. But this really is a debug scenario. And I think doing this in quote unquote the proper way would be very, very challenging. Yeah. Text. All right, all this is looking good so far. This doesn't even technically need to be done. We could just default the instances item IDs to be nothing. Like I could just set this here and then we wouldn't need to call this line. But I guess in most cases it's not important. Yeah. Now that I programmed a bit, I know how even cooler you are. I don't think I've ever heard that sentence before. Well, thank you. One of the things you'll probably hear is that game dev, just programming, web dev, any of this stuff, it's not just coding. There's a million other things you do, and not even just the software stuff like testing and designing. There's also things like project management. working with other people, just sort of organizing your work, like motivating yourself. Some of these things are things that you do in any realm whatsoever. Like you need to motivate yourself to do any kind of work. But I guess what most people kind of end up saying that I talk to is if you are working in a coding centric job, that eventually the coding becomes the easier part of that job. And I guess that goes hand in hand with the engineering mindset of I have a problem, how do I solve it? And with coding, it's like after probably 5 or 10 years, you probably come across most of the problems you're going to come across. And then it's just a matter of, okay, now we just tackle this thing the way I've tackled it in the past. I've learned enough about this. Yeah, working with other people is tough. They only assign me unfun tasks. All right, I think we just need comments for all of these. Yeah, and I think the battle simulator should have some constant here. Public const int num battles to start equals 100. And what, it doesn't like this being there? Okay. Here it is. Battle simulator. Couldn't we just call into a function in the battle simulator for this? And then we don't even need this thing to happen? Create instance. Is this public? It is. Well, then that's what we're going to do. Battle simulator dot start battles. This. Yeah, this will look a lot better because we're going to move a few lines into this and keep them all together. Instances manager, create instance. Oh, I guess we need all the other things here too. All right, well, that kind of makes it a little bit worse, maybe. We could pass in all of those things. ID, adventurers, player abilities, and instance slot to use. Yeah. Oh, nice. Wait, what? Thought it would add in all of them. It did not. All right, well, let's delete all that then and just have that make it again. There. And now this could be a private const. Public members should come before private members. Do you have experience working with multi-language monorepo build tools? Any opinions? I have experience with many of the JSTS node tools. I want to include other languages, and I want to shoehorn them to my NPM and Lerna. The only experience I think I have with that is using Google's tools. There's a public build tool called Bazel, but excuse me, I think this is pretty intense to learn. Yeah, multilingual magic. Yeah. Anyway, this was good. They have a getting started guide. It's probably not that hard to get started with, but I don't think it's gonna be super easy for you to do everything you want to do in this. Like there is a lot to learn. Trying to avoid going down the wrong road. Can you use this with something like JavaScript? I think you can just run your own Bazel with TypeScript. Yeah, I would probably read other people's experience about it because, like I said, I only did this through Google, and Google has a bunch of Google supported languages, and it worked really well in Google. But like I said, not super easy to figure out. All right, these things are looking good. Yeah, so now it's just write comments for this stuff. Let's do it. We don't want this. When simulating battles, allow one adventurer to be in multiple battles. I guess at the same time is kind of implied. But yeah, there we go. Because simulated battles can use the same adventurers, they need their own health components. There we go. That doesn't matter. So I don't think we need to write something for this. Maybe we do. Don't generate loot when simulating battles because it takes extra time for no real reason. Oh, unless we're simulating battles to figure out how much loot we got. Oh, man. Do you have your homepage somewhere? I have a couple different sites, but none of them are really kind of super interesting, I guess. There's adamlearns.com. This is back in 2020. I was trying to make courses. Now, 2 of the courses are free, and the last one is still paid. I have skeleseller.com, but there's nothing there yet. It's just a landing page. And yeah, I've got some like sort of like GitHub sorts of things that I've made. So homepagerizer, for example. Anyway, depending on what you're looking for, I can potentially guide you to one of the things, but yeah, I don't have just like a landing page of here's everything I'm all about. I guess that's kind of my Twitch page. By the way, what you might find interesting is this site. This is the set of commands that I have for the stream. And typically most questions people would ask are here. So if you just type job, for example, or if you want to know my schedule, or you want to know what's my like coding history or how old I am or something like that, you could just search through this and find probably most of the questions you have. Don't render anything for simulated battles. How much does this lag the game by? For performance reasons, I guess. And then the last one is this. This is super obvious though. Allow for multiple battles. This one is not super obvious. In simulating battles, bypass needing to walk to the portal. It saves time to skip it and won't use an instance slot. Yeah. To save time and not use an instance slot. That's probably better. That way, hopefully we don't need 2 lines now. Skip the, why do we do this? Why do we do this? Hold on a second. Grant items dot invoke. Battle end. Yeah, skip the end battle screen altogether during simulations since there's nothing to see. There we go. What are your thoughts about a system that uses multiple languages? Main language XYZ. XYZ doesn't have access to certain components of the OS, so you hand it off to ABC to do and return that data back to XYZ to consume. In general, I think adding a language adds complexity to the project. Think of what you would need as a developer. Now, instead of just needing to know one language, you now need to know X languages. Then there's also some communication between the languages. And there is just like maintaining the 2 runtimes or build systems. So my general conclusion is I would do this very sparingly and only with good reason. You also essentially end up with like 2 code bases, different styles, different tools. Yeah. So for example, if I were coding in, let's say, JavaScript and I needed some OS specific thing, I'd probably use Node and make files on the file system that way. I think the like very minor examples. Every once in a while, it's like, okay, I have C sharp, but I want like a script to just move some files around. Maybe it's faster to just write it as a shell script. But I look at those as like, that was just to save some dev time. It's like a mindful trade-off that you're making. But yeah, if I were using C sharp and I'm like, you know what, I think I need some C++ for something, I think I'd be like, I need to be certain that I can only do this in C++. So yeah, I'm guessing you're talking about like PHP and something else maybe. I'd be curious what this something else is. I guess just what both the languages are, or all languages. Add the battle simulator. This doesn't really do anything yet other than cut through all of the cruft around forming a battle. Usually this will let you use adventurers in multiple instances at once, spawn 100 battles at a time, and then eventually collect stats, although it's not doing that yet. Yeah, I think this is good. All right, did I take my second break? I don't even remember. No, I didn't. I should have. All right, I should take a break. And then I think we got to start calculating stats. That's the most important thing. And then we need to use this thing, get through this to the point where we can actually start the balance work. It isn't just about making a simulator here. And then maybe write a README about this. Maybe explain why I used a static bool. Just ease of coding rather than making custom classes that extend the same interface or base class. PHP and Bash. PHP doesn't have a hardware-specific command, so I had to pass that out to Bash to return that information for PHP to consume. Creating my own system called Mission Control. Yeah, I think it also depends on what kind of information you're trying to get, because there's no like OS-based PHP runtime OS commands. I don't know enough about this to know what you would do here. System, execute an external program and display the output. This is, yeah, I guess this can run commands. Yeah, so depending on what you need, maybe you could just use system. But yeah, I guess if it's, yeah, I guess it depends on what you need. Anyway, feel free to share. I will try to read when I get back, but I'm going to take a quick break. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. everybody. Close the game. All right, let's see. Essentially, mission control's homegrown system. Administer and create Docker containers. RAM usage, disk usage, uptime. Yeah. Yeah, well, if PHP can't do those things, and I guess you would need some sort of commands to integrate with these. Although then again, I was going to say, as far as administering and creating Docker containers, I guess you could do that entirely through just the system command and just pass in like docker ps-a and then parse all the results. Ideally, there would be APIs for some of these things that you want to do. So for example, I don't know, like Docker PHP API, Docker PHP. 100% API support of the Docker engine. Yeah, I'd probably look at something like this. It doesn't look like this is maintained, but maybe there's, yeah, maybe there's something out there that does something like this. Anyway, and then I guess the other consideration is, I don't know if this is even worth saying, and I don't mean to open a can of worms, but Kubernetes is intended to be a general purpose, essentially runtime container orchestration system. So is there something you can't meet with, like, is there a need you can't meet using Kubernetes? And what would it take to meet that purely through Kubernetes? But anyway, I guess that's a little bit separate. Okay, so stats. I want to look at idle ascendance and see what we did here, because I had something somewhere for this. I don't remember where it even was. I don't know. Game, maybe? Balance. Simulation. Simulator stuff. Here it was. All stats. So what did we keep track? We had a way of setting up characters. I guess I still need that. Although we're doing that through the UI. And I guess you could just save data if you want to do that. That shouldn't be too bad. And then what do we keep track of? We need to set up enemies as well, I guess. So number of wins, number of losses, number of primary turns. What does that even mean? Okay, well, I don't know what that meant. But yeah, number of turns, average life left. I didn't comment on damage dealt. Yeah, interesting. Okay, win rate, we will have remaining life, DPS will definitely have character specific DPS. And I guess ability specific DPS. This would not be easy to do because the battle system doesn't even track what causes deal damage. There's just a deal damage thing, and it has a node source, but doesn't have an ability source. I guess it'd be easy enough to pass in the ability or just return how much damage was dealt. Yeah, there's a result. So I guess each ability could just do this itself. Individual skill damage, that's already written there. I'm still just not totally sure. Like, let's say we start a battle with the warrior, the mage, and the mage, archer, and rogue, and we get whatever 52% win rate. Without knowing what the other parties can do, that doesn't mean anything, right? Maybe the mage, cleric, and warrior gives you a 100% win rate, and that doesn't even necessarily mean this is overpowered. It could just mean that that battle needed a healer or a tank. And if you were inspecting them in a vacuum, like just the mage and just the archer and just the rogue, you'd base it on, I guess, DPS. So again, like this does 15 DPS and this does 11 DPS. You might be like, oh, well, the archer's underpowered, but maybe not. Maybe the archer's just better in a group. And that's why this is so difficult. I don't even know what we're doing here. Like, I think these stats will be helpful. I don't know. Yeah, I think we do need character-specific DPS, though. Otherwise, I think this is going to be too difficult. So let's go into the battle system and code that. We keep track of damage dealt. Yeah, total player damage dealt. I want to track damage dealt per adventurer. Maybe we'd want it just per battler. Because what does this do here? Register player damage dealt. We must be calling this from 2 places. We're not. Strange. So modified damage info.amount is greater than 0, and you dealt damage to the enemy. So I guess we could also just register the source of it if it was an adventurer. Am I building a simulator? Yeah. Also, hi, Ocleus. Yeah, so here's where we would also register the adventurer damage. Do we care about anything else? Do we care about summon damage? I think so. But not like individually. Like I don't care if zombie 1 did, 10 DPS and zombie 2 did 8 DPS. But if we do care about that, we probably care about total damage. We don't need to make the perfect system at first. I can always modify this. And I guess I do care about how much is each adventurer doing. Oh, the witch doctor is going to be doing none of it. The witch doctor is always going to be at 0. So we need to count the zombies as the witch doctor's damage. Count zombie damage as witch doctor damage. Do your Hearthstone win rate thing and monitor triggered win rate. The ability procs, what's the chance of battles won? So that would work, except that all abilities will be triggered 100% of the time because the cooldowns are all pretty low, like less than 5, and they're all used automatically. So yeah, it's not entirely true that 100% will be used, but pretty much in every single battle, every ability is going to be used. So I think you'd have to maybe do it based on the existence of a particular party member, and then you need some like party member randomizer thing, and then to figure out what that looked like. We are going to need that at some point, huh? We'll need a party randomizer or a skill randomizer. We probably want stats to keep accumulating even after 100 battles if the configuration hasn't changed. Thanks, you strike us. Good luck. There's a chance the simulator will find the perfect party. Yeah, I suppose so. We would want to compare this against the prior configuration. We probably need to print the configuration. E.g. Archer with these skills. Archer level 7 with these skills. Okay. So yeah, how do we do this? This is what I want to figure out at first. How do we code the witch doctor? Well, how do you summon a zombie? What even happens here? Are there any components we add that aren't just effects? Balance, that's health component. We don't have a summon component. We have an is summoned component. Do we use this? Oh, interesting. We should keep track of the summoner in here. Yeah, all right, then that would be easy. Why do we do this? Oh, for this one reason? Wow. Oh man. Okay. Well, I think I know how we're gonna do this then. Yeah, so I'm gonna start track adventurer specific DPS. I don't care about enemies yet. Summons need to track the summoner and count that damage if the summoner is an adventurer. All right, is summon component is gonna pass in the summoner. I think we'll just make it public, which means we need a component that actually says something that was public. Here, sounds good. Cool. So is summon component. This is going to be public node. Well, how does the battle system do this? Takes in a node, yeah. Summoner equals summoner. Cool. Node summoner. And we're good, right? Name summoner does not exist in the current context because I typed it with 3 M's. All right, pretty easy. Now passing the summoner over here. And now in deal damage, we need to track a whole lot more than what I've been tracking. So this needs to track the source, the target. Let's get the source. And then here, all right, so we have total player damage dealt. We're going to need to track individual, what is this? Duration DPS. Total player damage dealt. All right, yeah, we're going to need to track individual damage dealt. Do we still need debug summon for one stage ability? This was supposed to represent how we would do this. So it's the same thing as Rage right now. Rage isn't used in the game, but it exists to show how you'd make a Rage ability. So we don't really need either of these. We also, there's some other thing that does this too. I think there's a poison ability. I don't think this is ever used. And then there's a heal. Oh, maybe those are the only 3. I'm not sure. Boulder, yeah. Anyway, I think they're worth keeping just to see how these things work, but yeah, we could just delete them all. What I'm doing now is creating apps that would help tremendously my company with a plan to sell it to other companies. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, we can delete all those. Delete all the unused abilities. Boulder, Rage, Debug, what was it? Debug summon for one stage. The thing is, what was the other one that we had? Poison. I'd want to focus on user experience impacting things. So like this is something we could probably do after checkpoint 4, but it just doesn't have any impact whatsoever on the user experience. Yeah, no more rage. Well, rage is an ability, just to be clear. Then crush rage is the passive. Crush rage should still exist. Rage doesn't need to exist. But yeah, I would not do any of this right now. I think it's going to just sit for a while and then potentially just accumulate conflicts and just shouldn't be a focus. Okay, so we need to track this. I'd like to have it inside the stats that we put, but that means that we need to create a new one of these. Why did I do this? we only get this from one place? Why don't we just have like a form battle stats or something? It saves it into the instance. All right, I think here's what I'm gonna do. Private dictionary adventurer. How do we store damage? Double. Damage. Maybe we'll call it adventurer damage dealt. All right. Move the read-only field somewhere else. All right, now we just need to code this function. Or the... whatever, I know what I mean. This one. Okay, so is the source an adventurer? Adventurer component. Or no, it'd be corresponds to adventurer. Oh, in fact, it already wanted to write that out. Yeah. But this will only work if there was a property there to begin with. I always forget how this works in C#. There's some nice way of doing this. Maybe it'll be obvious when we just type this. Dot, there it is, give value or default. Is there a set or default? No. But there's a give value or default. I guess the way we do this is this equals this. adventurer default is 0 plus amount. There we go. Question mark equals. Oh, is there a way to do that? C# set dictionary value if not exist. Turn a default value if the key does not exist. I want to set. If dictionary can use try get value. Okay, yeah. Well, I think this is fine then, because this is get value or default. This is the logic I want. I just didn't know if there was a simpler way to write this. So this is if this thing is an adventurer. Otherwise, if it's... This is a bad way of doing this. Also, don't we have a better way of doing this? Don't we have like some adventurers thing up here? Through the adventurers. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. Okay, so corresponds to adventurer component. C. Yeah, there. So if C is not equal to null, then we're going to get the adventurer from that. Yeah. Looks like Twitch stream is faster than YouTube. YouTube is behind by 10-ish seconds. Oh, man. Usually YouTube isn't too bad about that. But welcome. Who cares? Over to Twitch. And hey, Sis Enix. Sis Enix. Okay, so there's that one. And then the other one is if this was summoned. So is summoned component if that the summoner is the source I want to care about. So node potential adventurer source equals source. And I guess we just do this here. Potential adventurer source equals isc.summoner. And then do this based on this. Cool. That should work, right? Yeah. So summon damage should, yeah, be attributed to the summoner. And that's it. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's try that out, but let's now put it into battle stats. So battle stats needs to keep track of, I guess, a dictionary of what adventurers to double. Yeah, adventurer damage dealt. Adventurer damage dealt. Does that work? Yeah, then we add that to battle stats. And then we use it from the battle simulator. So how do we use it? Let's just put a breakpoint here and try it out. So we're going to put the witch doctor into a battle and maybe also with a rogue. Yeah, let's put the witch doctor and rogue into a battle. See what happens. Amount. Oh, this is called from two different places. So now we need to pass in the source. And the source is the entity. Entity does not exist. Affected entity. That means that this is probably called from somewhere else. No, it's not. Is that good? Yeah, that's good, I think. Want absolute damage or the DPS? Easy to get one from the other, just wondering. I think absolute damage. But I'm not sure. So we gotta start a battle with, like I said, the witch doctor and the rogue. And they're probably gonna lose. Oh, right. I didn't turn on the battle simulator. Whoops. Oh, that's really bad. That's really, really bad. What happened there? Register player damage dealt. Register player damage dealt. All right, line 309 here. Oh, this is plus equal. That wasn't supposed to be there. Only have to toggle battle sim. We'll never have it. Man, something's okay. This is really bad. Yeah, this is really bad. I am somehow deleting more code than I mean to be deleting. Like something gets highlighted and I somehow, in that case, just pressed enter or backspace or something. I think I need to clean this keyboard. So much cat hair on it. All right, so let's try that again. We're going to start a battle with the rogue and the witch doctor. And now we're just going to speed through this and it should break in. It's not breaking in. Oh, there it goes. All right, so now we look at instance.battle stats. Yeah, duration's 34 seconds. That's entirely possible. But what we want here is adventurer damage dealt. There should be 2 entries in here. There are. So now we want to find the first one. Values 0. That's not a thing. To list 0. I contain a definition for to list. No, come on. What is it? Get next, maybe? What does values have? It's just an iterator, right? Oh, look at that. Okay. Well, it's not exactly what I wanted, I guess, but it works. Maybe we shouldn't even do it based on adventurer. Maybe we should do it based on their class. Let me battle stats just get constructed that way. Because we don't care what the actual adventurer is, right? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I just want to see like rogue 500, witch doctor 600. Yeah. All right. So then how do we do this? Let's close every tab. Yeah, this needs to be a little bit more complex than this currently is. Does this work? How do you do this? Oh man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. How should that look? No braces? I want the braces because I want to add another line. I just haven't added the line in yet. Where did that code go? Here. Yeah, I want to do something like dictionary adventure double testeroni equals this. And then use testeroni over here. Invalid record struct. Maybe what I wanted was get. I'm sure there's a way to do this. Yeah, there it is. Curly braces, then that. Oh, maybe you don't use. Okay. Now what? How are we looking here? There we go. Got it. Yeah. And then we want to change this to be adventurer class, which means we don't need that anymore. And then when we make this thing, this needs to be damage dealt by class. And we're going to iterate over this thing. Is there a way to like aggregate a dictionary here? I'm not going to even worry about that. We're just going to loop over this for each adventure in adventurer damage dealt. Oh, there is one other kind of sort of an issue here, which is that you might have had no damage dealt by an adventurer. Is that possible? I guess it's possible they died immediately. Would that matter? Yes. Yes, it would. Okay, anyway, there should be a pair in this thing. Yeah. All right, so damage dealt by class. Get this on the pair.key equals pair.value. Then pass that in. All right, that'll make it a little bit easier to read. But I want to have a default for this for the ones that don't exist. Is there a reduce and link? Yeah, there is. It's aggregate. I was just concerned that it would be harder to do, but let's try it, I guess. Actually, you know what? I wonder if we could just do this. Convert this code to use aggregate. Does that work? New dictionary. I mean, it's much more awkward syntax. Yeah, it does work. Yeah, it is much more awkward. Look at the difference between this and this. Which would you rather read? Yeah, the for each, yeah. Quiet game developer, ideas guys talking, listen and take notes. You mean chatters? I take suggestions from chat. Also, welcome in, Sleek Goose. Okay, so the only thing we're not doing here is we're not storing if you didn't do any damage that character was even in the battle. And we could do this in a bunch of different ways, but I think the way I want to do this is this way. I want to get each adventurer in adventurers. And just store the damage as 0. Yeah. Make sure each adventurer is represented even if they didn't do any damage. Okay, now let's try it. So we'll just start a battle the same way we just did. And we should see damage split up by class now. It might render as an integer. So I'm going to speed this up. We're going to grant most things. We're going to click this, this, this. Start a battle, wait for it to break in. Make the pair tuple. Yeah, we could have done that. Don't I already have this typed out somewhere? Yeah, there it is. Excuse me. It might have worked. I don't know how you, oh wait, raw view. Oh, cool. That's how we can see it. Yeah, Rogue did 577 damage and Witch Doctor did 481. Okay, why would the Rogue do more? Because we don't have any skills, I guess? Yeah, that's fine. You do Adventurer dealt damage at 2 list. You can't do 2 list here because Link wasn't used in this file, which is frustrating. So yeah, if we did 2 list, it just says it can't find a 2 list function. It's kind of disappointing. And I don't know I don't know how you fix that here. Like, can you say using link? No. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. Maybe you can call link dot to list. Link doesn't even exist yet. All right, I don't know. Or maybe it's capitalized or something. No, it's not, but we can maybe do system.link. Is a namespace we use like a variable, yeah, and then what, to list? Does not exist. How do extensions are defined as static things with that name? So there should be a to list, and we would just need to pass in the thing that we want to call to list on, right? I don't think this is going to still work, but it could be worth writing a note about. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Can you drop on rogue or WD lines? What do you mean, Frankie? It's probably an I enumerable. No, it's in link, right? In fact, we could just take a look at to lists being called and see where it's defined. It's in to collection inside of what? That's in link. Oh, then it's in enumerable. Okay, I see. Enumerable. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Okay, yeah, let's write that down in the C# notes, I guess. Do I have something on link already? No, not really. That's just troubleshooting. Using link in a debugger. At least in VS Code, if you try to evaluate an expression like foo.toList in a file that didn't explicitly write using system.link, you'll get an error like this. I'll just write this as foo.toList. Dictionary int foo.values.toList does not contain the definition for toList. Okay. Hey, Godzilla. You can still use it. Oops, that should be a lowercase I. You can still use it via system.link dot enumerable dot toList, which is a bit unwieldy. System.toList, foo.values 0. Cool. Good to know. Okay, so we got summons to work the way up back to adventurers, right? Track adventurer specific DPS. I wrote DPS. I calculated damage. What are we going to actually care about? There's a 2 tuple. No. Well, not an I enumerable at least, or enumerable. Yeah, what do we care about? Let's say we won that battle. We're seeing right now that the Witch Doctor did like 481 damage and the Rogue did 577. Does that mean anything to us? No, because there might be some battle where the Rogue does like 10 damage, but only because the Mage did like 5,000. Would DPS have normalized that? I guess it would. Then you see the Mages is through the roof. Does damage ever matter? I don't think so. I think only DPS matters. Okay, well, anyway, as mentioned, it is very, very easy to calculate DPS. So let's go calculate it. But then I guess this isn't really the right name anymore. This is going to be Adventurer DPS. Yeah. And then we only make a battle stats in one place, which is here. So now it's going to be called DPS by class. Yep. And the DPS is actually going to be this divided by the time elapsed. Perfect. So let's run that and go make sure that's good. How long did that battle last for? Oh, I can't see anymore. Oh, well. Or it never printed out in the first place. Volcano. Witch Doctor, Rogue. Okay, so now it's based on DPS. We'll speed this up. It may be deceptive if you have classes above others. Yeah, this is such a complex problem. I don't know how we're going to solve it exactly. Because the cleric is never going to do the same damage as the other adventurers. But you don't measure her utility in damage. You measure it in terms of survivability. So I think we're going to need to compare win rates a lot of the time and then battle speed. I think those are what are going to matter the most. So if you have a 100% win rate, party A being faster than party B could potentially indicate there's a problem. All right, so we want to run this again. Oh, this isn't called this anymore. It's called Adventure DPS, I think. And I'm still trying to call two-tuple because that's what I had written last. Here we go. This actually is not as useful as the other way of doing things, which is just getting this and then looking at the raw view. What? Where's the thing I wanted? Oh, there it is. It was right there. Witch Doctor is 16, Rogue is 8. What? Oh, probably because the Rogue is dying. Yeah. Maybe get both DPS and damage. We could technically get damage pretty easily by just multiplying this by the time elapsed. Yeah, because we have the time elapsed in here somewhere. Instance.battlestats.time elapsed. Does not contain a definition for, what is it, elapsed time? I don't remember what I called this. Duration. Yeah, so the battles lasted, well, this one lasted for 34 seconds. This gives me an interesting idea, which is that it would really help to know how long an adventurer survived for. Because I'm guessing they died. In fact, we could check the remaining life. What's it called? Remaining life, yeah. 0. Yeah, they both died. There is no life left in this battle. Why don't you make both teams invincible and benchmark a single battle? Just to see theoretical throughput. I think if we're making a balance simulator, we've got to do it with the actual constraints of the battle in mind. So for example, if the rogue dies because they just don't have the survivability, then it doesn't matter what their theoretical damage is. Yeah, I think that would skew our stats. Just as an example, again, imagine we had like the rogue said, quick strike, deal 1 damage to the rogue every time it's used. That means that you could get, on average, whatever, like 100 attacks, and then you die. Whereas the Witch Doctor would still just keep pumping out damage. It would skew our stats. Yeah, I think we need to know how much life each adventurer had at the end of the battle. This is something that this is why I didn't do this, because the player can just see it. But we're not seeing the battles right now. Oh man. All right. Yeah, let's get life remaining per adventure. Dictionary, adventurer, class. How do we store life? Float? Yeah, float. Adventurer, life remaining. All right, we don't track this information. Life by class. Oh, this should be very simple, right? Yeah, this should be very simple. There. Not 0, though. This is what health component dot get. Oh, we care about percent life, actually. What am I doing? Do we have a get percent life? We do. Yeah. All right. Health component HC equals get. This is going to be this dot percent life. Cannot convert from adventure class double. Oh, yeah, this should be a float. All right, now what's the problem? Shouldn't be a problem. Oh, I changed the wrong one. I put them in a different order than I thought. Rogue died in the first battle. No, it was the volcano. Yeah, adventurers can't die in the first battle. Actually, maybe the warrior could. Or maybe the cleric could. The cleric probably can't. All right, let's try that same thing. So witch doctor and rogue, they're both going to die. Because they died in the other system, right? Also, I should probably just print these stats rather than having to do what I'm doing here. Yeah, so this is remaining life. We also have what I call it, adventure life. God, I should really just remember this. Adventure life remaining. Okay, what are you? That's not good. We track this after they've full healed. Oh, wait, no, we don't even do that. What am I talking about? No, we clone the health component. Darn it, how do we do this then? You get the battlers that correspond to adventurers. Let's go back up here. We just need to be in the battle system somewhere. Where's the battle system? Here it is. Yeah. So here we have battlers, underscore battlers, capitalized battlers. There it is. 3. All right. So you are probably the rogue. So ECS.get component, health component. Aha, 14% life. So you're alive. You are alive. You are very dead. What? Did I win this? Lost. Didn't I see 2 dead adventurers? Oh, maybe we remove them from battlers when they die. Oh man, come on. How do you get this then? Yeah, remove battler. That's for things that are summoned though. There's what, dead battlers? Battler from the battle completely. This makes them not take up a slot anymore. We don't do this. Hold on a second. Get the adventurer component on this. This is an exception. This is an exception, so this must be... Oh, no, it corresponds to adventure component. Yeah. They can't all throw exceptions. What? What does that mean? Oh, it means that your adventurers died before a zombie died. You must have had a zombie on your party. That's fine. It just means that this is going to be very obnoxious. How do we shouldn't remove anything from battlers though, right? Remove battler. Battler death event handler. Wait a sec. Did I break something worse than what I thought I might have? I might have never even realized it. Do adventurers still turn into bone piles when they die? They might just be getting deleted. In which case that explains why I'm not seeing them anymore. The name false E does not exist. Thought I deleted that in time. Apparently not. They're moved to dead battlers. Yeah, that means that they don't exist anymore then, right? So we're just going to start it, not that. We're going to start a battle that they're definitely going to lose and witness what happens when they die. They turn into bone piles. I guess they're going to die pretty quickly. I don't need to speed this up. They do. Oh. Oh, they get removed at the end of the battle. Oh. Are those worms or hands? They're worms. Yeah, so they get deleted before we have a chance to save their life. Where does that happen? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Battle mod system on battle stage ended on invoke. Where do we do this? I don't know where we do this. There's some like remove. Oh, here it is. No, this doesn't. This doesn't make sense. It's an Italian restaurant tablecloth. Look, if I want to wear a tablecloth, I should be allowed to do that. I worked very hard on this project. Team. We must call this when the entire battle is over, right? Take adventurers out of battle. Here it is. Yeah. Yep. So what I need to do here is store the life before they're deleted. So take adventurers out of battle. We got to remember that. And I guess let's just store, where is it? Here. This is just going to be the adventurers that existed. So maybe we just store adventurer class float. And we call this the same thing we called it in battle stats, which is adventurer life remaining. I don't care if you have summons or whatever. That doesn't matter to me. All right, now we search for this and set their life here. This and this. And delete that and call that there. All right, we're getting there. Yeah. Okay, let's see if that works. Getting education while munching on breadsticks. We're going to bubble sort all the different pastas by size. All right, this was kind of stupid because I forgot to turn the simulator back on. Only we had a debug menu thing for that. No, let's try it. I'm glad we're putting in this work because we're going to need to do balance passes more than once, and I don't want them to be super tedious. The more stats we have, probably the better. Let's do this again. Archer and Witch Doctor. I know they're different classes from the ones I used originally. Doesn't make a difference. All right. What are we looking at? Did we still lose? Yes. And now we check instance dot battle stats. Adventurer life remaining. They're still set to 1. Come on. Come on. I apparently didn't capture it in time. Oh, wait. Oh, I did the same thing I did originally. We're doing this based on adventurers, not based on the battlers. So if I put a breakpoint here, we should have the battlers. Oh, man. We revive if dead, reset their regeneration. This is the worst. This is definitely the worst. Oh, that was smart. Yeah, so we could do this here. Aha. We just put this here. This should say which adventurer it is, right? Well, it just gives their class, I suppose. Adventurer class. Oh man, this is obnoxious. Get component or null. If C is not equal to null, then get the adventurer class of C.adventurer. Then do this based on... We have to get the health component of the battler. And then set it on the adventurer class. This is so bizarre. When simulating a battle, the adventurer's health component will be cloned. So we need to pull the health from the battler directly. If you do it there, it may not work if you revive them above. It actually shouldn't matter because the health component would have been a different health component. So this could be setting it to 100%, but it wouldn't have mattered because this would always be 100%, I think. Wait. No, I see what you're saying. You're saying in the case that I'm not simulating a battle, this will be wrong? That might be true. Well, let's test this in the simulated front. So we're going to go here, start a battle, just let this character die. Should be pretty fast. Hit the play button and go check out the battle stats. Please tell me this is 0. Yeah, good. It can actually go less than 0, which is maybe something we should normalize. But yeah, I think this is going to be incorrect when you are not simulating. If not a simulating return. Yeah. All right, so put the breakpoint up here, change this back to false, and let's go try that out. Actually, maybe this already has an if statement around the... It does. Okay, so this technically isn't needed and won't do anything for us. How fun. Well, we'll set the breakpoint somewhere else. It'll be in here, right there. And I suspect this will not work. So they'll lose. It calls this. Percent life is set to... Oh no, that's correct. Why is that correct? Oh, that's probably 1 HP. That's what Revive If Dead does. Yeah, so this is wrong, but it's only off by 1. Yeah, well, we should still fix it. How much of the system design prep that you did before getting a job at Google is applicable here in game dev? Perhaps the medium is too different, so it might not be applicable at all, but I'm curious. The system design that I did was mostly cloud system design. So things like, where do you need a load balancer? Where do you need a database? How would you set up a firewall? Or how would you... I typed fireball. That is actually very similar. And none of those things apply to a single player game with no backend. Vwem, thanks for the resub. I could have sworn you resubbed very recently. Regardless, thank you. Happy 5/6 of a year. Who needs load balancers? How's your life going, Vwem? How's your... Well, what I meant to ask is, how's your work life? I do care about your regular life, but since we were talking about load balancers. Make a game with Terraform? No, thank you. You know how there's... What are those? Like the CSS battles or something? There's some game where you use CSS and you need to like style a class correctly and you move on to the next thing. I could imagine something like that for Terraform. Like set up this cloud infrastructure correctly. Almost releasing a UI. I don't think you're allowed to say that. Hey, Zig Enjoyer. Oh, unknown. Typically skip non-significant numbers, but this one different. Well, happy lucky 13. Thanks, Unknown. I appreciate it. All right, so this is off by 1. So now we need to do a cash miss and name things incorrectly. So how should we do this? Could we go through this first? Remove the adventurers. Get the adventurer, remove them. Interesting. Yes, I think we can just do all of this first. Did that keep my breakpoint where it was? It did. All right, so now I want this here, and this has to be less than or equal to 0. What was the number we had before? I already probably deleted it. Anyways, like 0.004 or something. I'm assuming that when you multiply that by the max life, which is probably like 500, then it equals 1. What's going on here? Oh, I accidentally left in a... Oh, what am I doing? Not too bad if you do 2 loops over battlers, 1 before and 1 after. Yeah, it wouldn't be. Okay, try this one last time. Hopefully we got it this time. Go here, speed this up, wait for them to lose. Then check their life remaining should be less than or equal to 0. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so we're doing this. We're tracking adventurer-specific life. We're not tracking win rate yet. These are like macro stats, I guess. Win rate. Averages. DPS, life. DPS per adventurer, life per adventurer. Anything else? I'm not doing the ability-specific DPS. That's just going to be too much. Will it be too much? Almost every ability that does more than damage is going to be impossible to measure. Because something like Shield Bash, it does whatever, let's just say 10 damage. But you don't care about the damage. It also mitigates incoming damage. And this is the reason why that ability exists. So you can't compare the damage. Who cares if another one does 100? It's not 10 times better. It's maybe not even better at all. Yeah. All right, let's check this stuff in. Summoner, sounds good. Yeah, this is pretty good. We might want these stats to be shown to the player at some point too, which we get that benefit automatically by working on this. So if we ever do expose DPS per character, we might have like an advanced stats checkbox that you can click and then see these things. Yeah. And we need to do this before we've revived the adventurer. When not simulating a battle, we need to do this before reviving the adventurer. Yeah, very non-obvious things there. The rest of this looks pretty good. Yeah. No other code down there. I want to look at this one more time. Yes, cool. Okay, so record extra battle stats. We now save DPS per adventurer and life per adventurer. In order to do this, we needed to track summon damage as though it were dealt by the summoner. I think that's reasonable. I can't think of a case where it's not reasonable. Like, imagine a character that summons a dragon or whatever. If the dragon does 1,000 damage, it's like the character did 1,000 damage. So macro stats, this is where we're finally going to use something inside the battle simulator. But we need to know about the party configuration. We need to know if 2 party configurations are the same. Well, we could do this a complex way, or we could just print stuff out. So a party configuration would be the adventurers their levels, and their skills. There's nothing else. No, that's not true. There's also enchants. Ugh. Cast per ability. Oh. Yeah, I think this is too much work to do. Here's what I was going to propose. We can simulate 100 battles. And then if we make no changes and simulate another 100, we could combine the stats. But the if we make no changes part is what's important. So how do we know that we've made no changes? We make a party configuration class that is the summation of all of these things, and then have like a dot equals for another party configuration. And it's not that hard to do. I guess it's not that hard to do. Yeah. Maybe we should just do it. Do we even know the party configuration? We just need to know the adventurers that entered and then get data about them. The enchant should be easy enough. We could just ignore the enchants, actually. Or if we're going to have a UI, we could just have a reset button. How about for now, let's just print some stuff. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. So I don't care about one battle ending. I care about all of the battles ending. So private static int battles ended. Battles ended equals 0. Battles ended plus plus. If battles ended is none battles to start. All battles have ended in the battle simulator. Now we would need to collect up all of the results and all of the instances, I guess just for their battle stats. Do we care about anything else? I don't think so. Yeah. Hey, Linux developer, what are you selling today? Green potions. Get your green potions. We need to keep track of a list of pairs of battle results and battle stats. Battle stats. Open for red. Sorry, not until next week. Actually, this shouldn't even be set to anything. Battle. This is maybe all battle results. Set this equal to nothing. And then in here, add the new thing in. And then in here, we say process results. Private static void process results. Oh, I don't have health potions. I only have health lotions. You rub this red liquid on your body, your HP goes up. It's great for the skin. All right, so figure out how many times you won and how many times you lost. Num wins equals 0. I guess we could just aggregate this, right? Oh, hey, you can just do that. List does not contain a definition for count. Well, now it does. Battle result dot 1. Okay, so ran some number of battles. Print, I guess, a bunch of hyphens. Oh, wait, no, I want that. Give me that. There. Won that many battles. I guess we could also say how many you lost. Int num battles equals that. And then just replace this here. It's just slightly more succinct, that's all. Privacy preserving Reddit front end yesterday. It's so lightweight that you can do it in a mini VPS. Reddit front end. What's backing it? It can't be actual Reddit data, right? Didn't they like put their APIs behind a what? I thought there was some whole debacle about they were privatizing their APIs or something. It's magic? It sounds like it's scraping. I am pretty certain that would be against the Reddit terms of service. But that's fine. I'm not Reddit. I'm not advocating for this. Okay, so we have the number of wins. We also need the average DPS across all of these. What is DPS stored as? I already sent them a screenshot. This person on Twitch is violating your terms of service. All right, DPS duration. I want all of these things. Actually, I guess I just want everything here. Let's just get it all. Okay, and then what are the types? Duration. So double average duration. Oh, there's an average thing? Wow. All right. Average DPS. Average remaining life. Average adventure DPS. And average adventure life remaining. These we got to do some more processing on. Oh, I didn't even copy that correctly. Oh, because there's no comma at the end. Okay, so now we need to actually set these things up to do calculate average DPS remaining life for each adventure class. Then we just select this and say fix using Copilot. Canceled. I think I pressed enter twice. I just wanted to use a for each. Yeah, I don't want this garbage. Select many, group by adventurer class, to dictionary. Let's accept it. Does it even work? r.stats.adventurer stats. It's not that. It's adventure DPS. And this would be grouped by the key, which I don't even think we need to do then. I think this is dumb. Yeah, I think this is dumb. I think we can just do an aggregate or something. All right, well, whatever. I'm just going to write it myself. All right. For each... how do I want to do this? We're going to go over everything that's inside. We're going to go over all the stats and average these things together. So what is this thing? Battle stats. In this. Yeah. Okay. See how I end up with the example shader code. There is probably a smart way to write this, but heck if I'm doing that. All right, so we're gonna go through. Actually, is this even the best way? I was gonna say we could just average. We could do something like this on all of the. Yeah, we could just do that on all the adventure classes. All right, let's change it to that. Adventure class in not this, but rather the life remaining. We assume that these were all in here. Yeah, we need to know which battlers you had. Okay, in order to get that, we need to pull one of these things out. So let's just make a list. Adventurer classes used. So now we need to get all battle results dot first dot stats dot adventurer life dot keys. Nice. That's probably going to say use first or default here. Oh, indexing at 0 should be used. All right, nice. Now iterate over those. And just set the averages of these things. This should be better at doing this, right? Yeah. Yeah, nice. All right, I like that. Now we just need to print all these things out. I mean, this should be correct, but let's read it. Average battle duration, DPS of all adventurers. The remaining life of all adventurers. DPS remaining life for each adventurer class. Average DPS and average life remaining. Yeah, cool. All right, let's take a look. We should probably round some of these things so they don't represent or they don't render as like gigantic numbers. In fact, let's do that. Average battle duration, numbered, or is it dot number? I don't remember how you do this. There's a readme I made on abilities. Yeah, 0 dot number. All right. I don't know how you make it use any number that you want. Duration could potentially be 3 digits. Maybe show the min and max too. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Outliers. Show the min and max. Maybe lowest or highest too. Yeah, I don't know how you do this. C# print formatters. There's a number thing. What? Is this not it? Formatting types. Standard numeric format strings. Here we go. Yeah, so somehow we can do this. They don't show the number sign anywhere here. Then this is probably the wrong page. I could just even round these numbers. I know there's a way to do this. C# number formatting decimal. Standard numeric format strings. This is the same page we were on. Formatting decimal numbers. Use fixed point format specifier to round to 2 digits. Yeah, there, sure, F2. That's exactly what I want. Optional negative sign. F is 2 by default. Yeah. All right, nice. So we can just put F here. That's it. Now we want that for pretty much everything. This could be F2. Maybe F1. I don't think I care about 2 of those. This can be P1. Average DPS should probably just mimic the one we used above. So F1, and average life remaining should mimic the one above. So P1. Yeah, there. Let's try that out. So this is what we've been working toward for the last 3 hours. Is this printout that we're going to hopefully see and will hopefully be correct. And I probably forgot to turn on the battle simulator. Yes, I did. Oh, all right, this is what we've been working toward for the last 3 hours and 12 seconds. So let's not even build a party. Let's just click the dungeon and take the rogue and just see what happens. And it's breaking horribly. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Index out of range must be non-negative and less than the size of the collection. What? Grant items. What? Simulating. I stopped this. Right there. You're simulating don't grant any items. What is this function? Battle stage ended? Someone's getting tired. I'm not getting tired. I'm getting very hungry. I'm feeling fine still. All right, this is peculiar because we didn't run into this issue before. Oh, because we were never winning battles. Because I was only picking losing battles. I still don't totally understand why there must be a race condition between these two things. If you won, then grant things from that instance. Battle ended. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here, and let's put a breakpoint on this other thing. I don't know where the other thing went. There it is. Now let's try it out. We don't need to grant most things. We just click the button and wait. This is getting called. And then we call this. And the instance should have item IDs to grant set to empty, right? Yeah. So what's the problem then? Apparently nothing? What? Let's turn off the breakpoints for a second. What in the world? Hold on a second. How does this make sense? Oh, a warehouse maybe? I don't have a warehouse if I don't click grant most things. Okay. Yeah, so somehow the warehouse is messing things up. While on the plus side, we don't need to do anything special. We can just click this and then hit the start button again. And now it should break, although I don't know why. Yeah. All right, let's find out why. $385 grant items being called. Yeah, this is being called before the stage ends. What? No, that can't be right. Or there are two listeners for this. No, the code's right there. Is simulating is true. It couldn't have gotten to this unless it ran the first one. Clear console. Something is very much amiss here. All right, let's go take a look at the warehouse. Maybe that'll clue us into something. Oh, there's the problem. Okay. So the problem was never in this that I thought it was. Yeah. It's that we call item IDs to grant, but we don't actually have any items because this thing never existed before. So shuffle them. I guess just if item IDs to grant dot count equals 0, then return an empty array or empty list. That should fix it. While adding item ID dot none work. That might cause other problems because you shouldn't be able to create an item with item ID equals none. But I think this should fix it, and this is technically more accurate, so that you can call this function in the warehouse in the future with no items, and it'll just be fine. All right, so let's test this with a real scenario now. We're going to go to the final location. We're going to pick Rogue, Warrior, Cleric, and just see what happens. And speed this up, and then look at the printout. 0 battles. Average battle duration 13 seconds, so I died very quickly. DPS 22. The DPS of the cleric was 1. 1 DPS. This doesn't tell you how fast the character died, though, but I don't really think that matters. Like, the cleric might have lived for longer than all the other ones and still did no damage. Average remaining life. Okay, cool. So the only thing I want to print out is the win rate, which is pretty obvious when the numbers add up to 100, but is not as obvious if we ever change that. So let's say num wins divided by num battles P0. Yeah. Okay, so now let's try adding in some skills. I'm just going to click some random stuff here, there, and then who else do we have? The warrior. Click that, and then the cleric. Click some of those, and now restart that battle. Into the final place with the rogue, warrior, cleric. There should be a repeat option here. Let's see what that prints out. DPS number should be way higher. Well, this is taking its sweet time. It's taking quite a long time. What's going on? Maybe it's not working? No, there it goes. Average duration, 65 seconds. DPS numbers are indeed higher. Oh, the cleric is so terrible. Did we win? We didn't win any of them. I guess if you don't win, it'd be important to know how much life the enemy has. We need a repeat button. It could maybe just be a debug button. We probably need to know how much life the enemies have left, so we can know how close to winning we came. All right, well, I'm not going to try to turn this into a winning fight. Let's just do a different one that we should win. So I'm going to throw 4 adventurers into this. Now let's pick the 4 we actually upgraded, and well, 3 we upgraded and 1 more. All right, so this one should be won somewhat quickly. Why is it taking this long? There it goes. Won 100 battles. Average DPS 92. So you can see the rogue is way below it. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's not how that works. That's not even correct. That's the DPS of all adventurers, not the average DPS. Ah, then that's another stat we should know. Overall DPS. Wait. There is a label that has a tooltip. What does that tooltip say? The average damage per second dealt by your party. That's not average. It's just the damage per second dealt by your party members. Dealt by all of your party members. Yeah. Oh man, it includes summons though. Oh. Yeah, actually that's fine. In this case, it's average overall battles. Yeah. I gotta rework this thing. So this is average DPS of all adventurers, average DPS of each adventurer. This is average DPS divided by num battles. No, divided by number of adventurers. Divided by adventurer classes. I'll just say num adventurers. What? Of all adventurers, average DPS of each adventure, average remaining life. Now let's try this now. We should probably stop rendering the town as well. There's no real reason to see anything on the screen other than the UI that we eventually make for the battle simulator. Which probably shouldn't be static. All right, so go to the jungle and just throw 4 adventurers in there and see what happens. Probably start with grant most things, or start with all unlocked adventurers when simulating. start with speed equals 8. All right, what did this do? Lost all battles? Seriously? Huh. Average DPS. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is what lets us see. If the average of each one was 10.5, then we can see which ones were above and which ones were below. The mage is doing more damage than the rogue. I wonder what max level mage and rogue would do, though. Let's try it. Okay, so I want this, 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 and that's all the stats I have. Yeah. And now for the mage, let's get these abilities. Yeah. And now let's throw the mage and the rogue into that and see how they do. Hey, Vacillate. I am back. Yep. I got a couple of commands for that stuff. But yeah, welcome back. If you're curious, the last time you were here was on February 27th, 2021. It's been about 3 3/4 years. Yeah, almost 4 years. Okay, this is wrong, right? The 0% num wins divided by num battles. That should be, oh, this needs to be float. Got it. Are they max level? Yeah, they are. 6 skill points is max level because max level is 7. Is execute counted into the damage numbers? Yes, yes. I decided it should be because it's the rogue doing that damage, and it would be kind of confusing if it didn't work that way. All right, so anyway, we won only 3 of the battles, which is crazy to me. Average DPS. Oh, they're pretty much the same DPS. Wow, that's nuts. It's really crazy. This is weird. Average remaining life of adventurers is 0.1%. Oh, because we won some battles. Okay, never mind. It's not weird. All right, let's try that on a lower level instance. Maybe the canyon. They should stomp this instance. Yeah, 100% win rate. Now the rogue did slightly more damage. They both actually had roughly the same amount of life, which shouldn't be the case. Because the rogue can dodge abilities, but the mage can't. And I even upgraded... I upgraded this. Increase your chance to dodge attacks by 5%. Does this go into that? Yeah, it does. I guess a 5% chance to dodge this isn't that much. If we put a point into this, we should see some survivability difference, right? Let's try that same thing. Rogue, mage, start battle. Now the rogue should end with much more life than the mage. Yeah, they are. 9% more. Because what's their chance to dodge now? 25% chance. Okay. Yeah, but now they do less damage. Cool. Well, I mean, it seems like everything is working. We need to use this system to balance the adventurers. And like I said, that is a very difficult task. And I don't even know where to start. I want to just kind of test some random things out. Some of these abilities are probably going to be kind of useless. Let's put the paladin and the rogue into a battle together. That doesn't seem good. And it's not initialized. All right, they won a single battle. Yeah, the paladin is doing like no DPS. Oh, this brings up an interesting concern, which is the paladin is a tank, so maybe we need to keep track of how much damage did they take. But even that doesn't necessarily help. You'd have to know how much damage they would have taken. Oh my God, this, like I said, this is just so difficult. Can we even get them to win this battle more often? I put in all their points, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, well, maybe the rogue doesn't need defensive stuff. So we can get rid of that point. Get rid of That's technically not just defensive. Put a point into that, into that. It should print out where you did the battle. Where you did the battle and which abilities you had equipped. You want damage mitigated? That seems annoying to compute. I don't know, because I don't know what we would do with that information exactly. Oh, also fortitude is not on a different line. Probably gotta fix that. All right, let's see what the paladin. Let's just put mitigation stuff on the paladin. Oh, that's pretty cool. I forgot some of these were even abilities. Increases fortitude whenever you heal, use shield bash. Oh my god, these abilities are awesome. These are great. Yeah, this is super cool. I mean, I like the class fantasy. I don't know where we even went when I battled just now, so this is probably gonna be different stats. That's why I gotta print this out. Well, whatever, let's just let it run and see what happens. 1-7 battles. Yeah, I think we did just increase the survivability. Interesting. Okay, well, we got a lot of work cut out for us. I've been streaming for 4 hours now. I'm gonna definitely take a break. Gonna get lunch, and then post lunch, just keep working on this stuff. I can stream, I think, a little bit longer than normal today. The art and the skills is nice. Yeah, we got custom icons now for all the skills, or at least those skills. We don't have them for these yet. Oh, and then the other thing we got to do is test out with enchants. We should probably make enchants last forever. Make enchants last until canceled. Or until overwritten. Maybe print the enchants too. Set a Patreon for people who want early access. Hey, Crows. I think, okay, so far we've done checkpoints 1, 2, and 3. And all of these have been free and public. Checkpoint number 4 hasn't launched yet, but that'll be the same category, free and public. After that, I don't know. So I was thinking maybe we have a beta. We benefit a lot from feedback. So if we don't make it public, then we get less feedback. And I just don't think there's enough demand for the game right now. Which, by the way, you can let me know how much demand there is by clicking the wish list button. But let me see how many times that's been clicked so far. Let me log into Steamworks. Financial info. Lifetime. Where's lifetime? I don't know where we even see this. Oh. This counts for botland as well. Anyway, we're at 252 wish list. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I think if we had a Patreon or something and gave exclusive access, it'd be to like nightly builds, and I don't think those would be very interesting. So I think we'll probably just keep doing things publicly. The other thing I kind of wonder about, they say a certain amount of piracy just kind of helps games. I wonder how much just giving the game for free or discounted or to like early supporters, even just by playing the game. I wonder how much of that would be good. What you're counting on is enough, I guess, reviews, word of mouth, and just like raw metrics. Because Steam tracks a lot of this stuff, right? So imagine if you play the game for 12 hours and Steam sees that you just played in one 12-hour chunk and everyone who's playing is playing for 12 hours at once. It's like those metrics probably help just as much as the other things help, because then Steam knows, okay, this is a good game. People don't refund this. Should drop the game on piracy. I don't think I'm going to kickstart the pirates. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go take that break now. I'll be back in about an hour. Thank you all for watching so far. When I'm back, we should be back for, like I said, probably at least 2 hours. But I can maybe go a little bit long. Excuse me. I still need to make sure to feed the cat, though. That's going to happen at about 5 o'clock. So yeah, see you for now. Thanks for watching. Bye, everyone.